dear guests, Professor William Lu and Professor Maria Malaguti, dear friends of arbitration, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bucharest Arbitration Days 2024. It is an honor to stand before you today at the 5th edition of the Bucharest Arbitration Days. It is an honor to stand before you today at the 5th edition of Bucharest Arbitration Days, where we gather to discuss critical developments in international arbitration. At this edition, we will discuss ethics and conflicts in international arbitration, the evolving relationship between arbitration and courts, the diversity in arbitration from the perspective of diversity of seats and arbitration institutions, the ongoing discussion on evidence and the impact of technology on it. With a focus on dispute involving foreign investment, Bucharest Arbitration Days 2024 will tackle the critical issues of the regulatory space of states, in particular in the context of transition to a clean energy and international commitments on climate change. I'm happy that our event reached the 5th edition and that during the years we have welcomed at Bucharest the best professional in arbitration, aiming to discuss and work together to build the profession of arbitrator, to bring into the spotlight the most stringent topic and share the latest ideas and proposal of improving it. Arbitration is about the trust. And as you know, the trust is a key aspect of any domain of economic, but also personal life of people. Building it and maintaining it requires huge efforts, consistency, and the most important, ethics and integrity. As we convene here in Bucharest, we recognize the pivotal role that ethics, integrity, and trust playing in maintaining it, in maintaining the legitimacy of this essential dispute mechanism. Ethics and integrity lie at the heart of any successful arbitration process. When parties choose arbitration, they trust in a system that upholds the highest professional standards. So let us reflect on why this principle matters. For example, confidence in the process. Parties opt for arbitration because they believe in its fairness, impartiality, and efficiency. Upholding ethical standards ensure that this confidence remains unwavering. Then we need to preserving trust. Trust is the bedrock of any relationship, including those between disputing parties. Ethical conduct by arbitrators, counsel, and institutions foster trust and ensure that the process remains transparent and just. Then we need to discuss about the public perception in arbitration. The public perception of arbitration impacts its acceptance as a preferred method of dispute resolution. When we adhere to ethical norms, we contribute to a positive image of arbitration. Then we speak about the reputation in arbitration. Maintaining a good reputation of each professional in the field is an important milestone. The 2021 Queen Mary University of London and White & Case survey shed light on the evolving nature of international arbitration. So let us consider during our conference some key aspects as diversity, technology, environmental considerations, or the regulatory space of states. Regarding to diversity, our field faces challenges related to the diversity, whether it's diversity of seats, institution, or perspectives. Embracing diversity enriches our decision-making processes and enhances the legitimacy of our awards. Regarding to technology, as technology continues to shape our world, it also impacts arbitration. We must adapt to new tools while ensuring data security, confidentiality, and fairness. Referring to environmental considerations, the transition to clean energy and global commitments on climate change necessitates thoughtful arbitration practices. Our decision can influence environmental outcomes. Taking into consideration the regulatory space of states, at the Bucharest Arbitration Days, we delve into the critical issue of the regulatory space of states. As foreign investment flow across borders, states must strike a balance between sovereignty and investor protection. Our discussion can explore how arbitration can contribute to this delicate equilibrium. In conclusion, let us remember that international arbitration thrives when it remains responsive to the needs of its users. By upholding ethics, integrity, and trust, we ensure that commercial actors continue to choose arbitration as their preferred method of resolving disputes. So, dear friends of arbitration, this event is because of you. Because without you, those who meet these ethical and professional standards, arbitration will not exist. Now, as every year, you know that this event is in a hybrid format to allow more people to participate. So I would like to thanks to our partners, Wortel Kruger Romania, for technical support. I would like also to thanks to all my colleagues from the Court of International Commercial Arbitration attached to the Romanian Chamber of Commerce. Thank you also to our sponsors, to our media partners, Romanian Television, Radio Romania, Biz Lawyers, 9 o'clock, and and Juridice. Special thanks to my colleague Crina Baltag. Crina is a real ambassador of the Bucharest Arbitration Days. Thank you so much, Crina. And thank you all of you, and I wish you a fruitful debates in 2 days of arbitration in Bucharest. Now I would like to invite Minister of Energy, Mr. Sebastian Burduja, to address us some words, encouraging message, I hope, for arbitration, for the international arbitration. Thank you so much, Minister, for your presence here. I appreciate very much your activity. I must confess that I appreciate your activity as a minister in the Romanian government. You are very young, very active, very powerful person. So thank you so much. I know that your program is very busy. You are in an electoral campaign, but I appreciate very much that you came here at the Bucharest Arbitration Days. So, Minister, you have the floor.
Dear professors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, friends of the profession, members of the profession, it's wonderful to be here. I'm very honored and I'm very glad I don't get to talk about Bucharest. I've talked a lot about our capital recently. But I am glad that such an event is happening in our capital. And it is a tradition. And it is a wonderful thing to bring friends from around the world. I understand 15 countries are here. We really need more of that in Romania. I am a firm believer that this country is a leader. I think you have leaders on stage who have sent a strong signal that we are ready to step up our game and play that role. So thank you for putting this together and for debating over 2 days very critical issues, not just for international arbitration, but for the world today. I believe we are in the most complicated time of our recent history, and I see it in energy. I can go into details, but I think we see it in all aspects of life. We are in the middle of war. We are in the middle of climate change. We are in the middle of technological progress at a pace that humanity has never seen before. And that makes your job and my job a lot more complicated every single day. And I don't think that solutions can come from any one of us. They can come from all of us, which is why you're here. So I applaud that. And I'm glad that, again, Romania has the opportunity to be the host of this endeavor. Now, arbitration is critical for economy. I think that you all know we are striving towards OECD membership. We are striving to become a much more open, transparent, competitive economy. And of course, for all that, we need you guys. And your job is critical, and frankly, you enjoy an exceptional reputation in our society, which is rare to find only good things about international arbiters, and it helps whenever you succeed, and you have succeeded for the country in very well-known cases recently, so well done, Professor, and all those who were involved. Now, I am also an economist, and I know that an economy is thriving, a country is growing, when it enables investment. In fact, economic growth is the product of population growth and productivity growth. If you want to grow a country, if you want to enable a better life for people, well, you better be good at attracting investment, especially high value-added products and services that foster innovation. And it is often the case that that innovation is exogenous, which means it comes from abroad, at least until you are strong enough to create your own innovation. And then you export products and services around the world, and that creates even more jobs and better salaries and more development for everybody. But to enable that attractiveness, you really need to create a competitive environment that is transparent, that is safe, that is ethical. I think that Romania, with all the hiccups in recent years, has succeeded in creating a much better business environment than in the past years. And for that, I again thank you. And I will close by noting that I've heard a lot on this stage about ethics and integrity and trust. And I couldn't help wonder what a politician would do on stage at such an event. But I do believe that it is about leadership, and that the key difference between a politician and leader is that a politician works for the next election while a leader works for the next generation. And you are all leaders. I also know that, as a former US president once said, the most frightening things that a private sector person could hear from a government employee is, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help you." But I am from the government, and I am here to help you, or at least extend my hand and hope to have an honest partnership, at least in the energy sector. Please count on us. We are pouring in investment. Just over the past 10 months, over my mandate, I've signed contracts over 12 billion euros in the Romanian energy sector. It's fabulous. I hope most of those will go through without issues, but if they won't, I know where to find you. And again, thank you for what you do, thank you for your leadership, and thank you for allowing me this wonderful opportunity. I wish you a wonderful conference, a wonderful debate. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody. It is my privilege to introduce our first keynote speaker, Professor Julian Liu. Now, I have the mandate to introduce Professor Liu in 2 minutes. Presenting properly, not exhaustively, his overwhelming CV in 2 minutes is obviously mission impossible. Saying that Professor Julian Liu needs no introduction is true, but equally a cliché. Still, I'm trying to do my job. According to Chambers UK 2024, Professor Liu is described as a seasoned, I quote, seasoned arbitrator and academic with immense experience acting in commercial and investment disputes. But Professor Julian Liu is far more than this. With over 40 years of experience in international arbitration, he has a tremendous experience as counsel. He used to be the head of the international arbitration team with an international law firm. he is, I dare to say, he will always be perceived as the head of International Arbitration School with Queen Mary University. And he is the author of some very successful and with huge impact for the arbitration community studies and articles and treaties. Now, dear Professor Lu, if during your stay in Bucharest you are going to continuously feel an ubiquitous warmth, that's for a double reason. First of all, because indeed this is how Romanian people are, but secondly, because the majority of the members of the arbitration community, many present here, some others will join during the following days, have learned arbitration, relying heavily upon your seminal comparative international commercial arbitration treaty, and not only. Welcome in Bucharest, and the floor is yours, Professor Lu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and first of all, let me thank very kindly Stefan Dacanu for the introduction this morning, and to the committee that has put together this fascinating conference. That's Cosmin Vasile, Serena Olaru, Krina Baltag, and Cosmina Toy. It really has been an interesting program watching, and I think we're in for 2 days of interesting discussions. I hadn't really put together, but this is the 5th of the Bucharest Arbitration Days, and the fact that it's able to get this number of people after 5 sessions indicates, well, first of all, that it's a success and that there is interest and that the programs have been very good. So I'm pleased to be invited, and I'm grateful for the invitation. It's an honor to be asked to deliver the keynote address. But what's a keynote address? You hear that increasingly at conferences. Well, when in doubt, go to Wikipedia. Wikipedia says, the term keynote comes from the practice of a cappella, such as a doo-wop or barbershop singers. Do you know what doo-wop is? Okay, it's those groups of men who get together to sing. It might be women as well. And they play a note before they start. Somebody goes, doo, to give them the tune on which they're going to sing. You get that a bit more sophisticated at a concert, where the leader of the orchestra stands up and plays a note, and everybody else gets in tune. So that was the origin of the keynote. But I've got some good news. I'm not going to sing. But that will save a lot of difficulty. Wicked also said, which is very timely, that the most famous keynotes are given at the every 4 years meetings in America of the Democratic Party and the Republican Party when they nominate their candidates for president. And there's keynote speeches to get everybody involved and interested. Well, I guess we'll see that in a couple of months, although I'm not sure they necessarily need to have a meeting to decide who the candidates are going to be. That seems a foregone conclusion. Keynote addresses have different purposes, and they may be to set the underlying tone or the overview of a conference. But today's conference is aiming to look at what is termed critical developments in international arbitration. And I think what I'm going to try and do is to talk about some contemporary relevant issues, and perhaps slightly different to the norm. And I do so within the context of the subjects that are being focused on at this conference. Now, the conference is divided into 2 parts. Today is focused on commercial arbitration. Tomorrow is focused on investment arbitration. And I'm not going to talk about investment arbitration. But the 4 topics for today are interestingly selected. and we'll hear a lot about them, and I look forward to hearing them later today. Ethics and conflicts in international arbitration. Court support and supervision. Should arbitrators be appointed by institutions? An interesting topical question. And evidence in international arbitration. These are big questions, all of them. And they have ramifications. So I'm not going to trespass on any of those questions. Leave that to the panels. And I'm sure we'll hear different views from different members of the panels. But there is one thing I should say, is that many of the issues that we discuss in commercial arbitration are relevant to investment arbitration as well. Example, selection and independence of arbitrators, evidence and procedure. Even though the characteristics of the subject matter may be very different, again, there may be overlaps. But what is fundamental to commercial arbitration, and the basis of it, is party autonomy. You go to arbitration on commercial matters because the parties have decided they want their disputes to go to a commercial arbitration. I'll say a bit more about that later. And investment arbitration generally arises, by contrast, out of a treaty and will invariably involve a state or a state entity. So those are fundamental differences between the two. And yet we talk about them often in the same breath, and we also have so many overlapping issues. Let me start, if I may, with a general question. You heard, and very kindly introduces somebody who's been a professor for a long time. One of the stars I had as a professor, why many of my students still talk to me, is I never asked to answer questions. I only ask them. And the reason is the students are cleverer and they think better, and therefore they find answers. So I'm going to start now with a question. Whose arbitration is it? Some of you have heard me ask this question before in other fora, but it is a fundamental question when we start looking at what we do in arbitration, how we do it, how it's regulated, how it's controlled, and where it should be developed. As I say, I won't answer that question, but I will talk around the question as we go. The classic answer, which is given, or which at least used to be given, to support the merits of arbitration in reference to national courts, is that the process was inexpensive, neutral, quick, and confidential. And I remember when I started in the area, every book you opened would say that at first 2 or 3 pages. And then the decision was final and binding with very few exceptions. Do you think that's still true? Parties go to arbitration because they wish to avoid national courts, both their own and foreign courts. Is this intention still true? Or is it because arbitration has something special of its own to give? Not just the neutrality and the independence and the fact that the parties can fashion it. And by corollary, do national courts realize what an arbitration agreement is? Basically, it says to the courts, stay out of our business. We don't want to come to you. We've decided to go to arbitration. The third point is that party autonomy is paramount. The parties decide on the future for future or existing disputes to be determined by arbitration. That means they've excluded courts. They choose the number of arbitrators, the institution if they wish to have an institution. They may be a specialist institution for commodities or for construction. They choose the arbitrators who have the skills, they believe have the skills to run the arbitration. And these are all factors that bring parties to arbitration. And finally, you get to the question of the enforcement of awards. That's the most important thing, particularly internationally. Parties are coming from different places. Arbitration takes place and his award is made somewhere else. And now, where necessary, one goes for enforcement. And that's one of the great successes of international arbitration, at least on paper, because the New York Convention in 1958 has been an incredible success, with over 170 countries party to that convention, which in short terms just does two things. It says national courts should recognize the agreement to arbitrate and therefore stay proceedings. And secondly, national courts should enforce an award except on certain very limited circumstances. So those are the strengths on which arbitration has been built. Where are we today? The international arbitration industry, I would suggest to you, is booming. There's a lot going on. Where you have a boom, we know what comes after that, unless one is aware that there are pitfalls and there are problems, and one can get very comfortable doing what one has to do, and one will be aware when necessary to make changes to address problems. So I just thought it'd be interesting now to have a look at where are some of the situation that we're focused on currently about arbitration. In the past, in international arbitration, there weren't international arbitration lawyers. Now we come to a room here and see a room full of people who have wonderful experience of international arbitration, or at least some experience, or a lot of interest in the subject. Many years ago, that didn't exist. And so the people who were involved were people selected from private international law specialists, public international law specialists. That's where people went to. And actually all over Europe, it was the professors of those subjects in the cities who were the arbitration specialists. That's history. Now we have so many arbitration. We also have, and this is also unique, unbelievable numbers of arbitration awards. I remember many years ago in my old law firm when we were building it, I tried to make a calculation of genuine international arbitrations. How many cases were out there? Because we were just one very good law firm. All the other law firms were also looking for how much business out there are we shooting for? And the numbers are not as great as one would like to think, because everybody's there. Look, the numbers here. Well, in the last few years, statistics published by the arbitration institutions, they're publishing their own statistics, so the press would say this has not been verified, but I'm prepared to accept it, has shown that 15 arbitration institutions around the world have had 7,500 cases in 2022. That's a good number. And when you look at the websites of various institutions, they come up with the numbers that they've had. They're normally in the hundreds. If you go to the ICC, they're normally much higher towards 1,000, and some of the other institutions have 400, 500, 600. But they are there, constantly increasing year by year. And this doesn't include things like the specialists, the commodities. They have a big business. The shipping, because they have separate institutions. And some of the insurance, where there are specialist institutes around the world doing that kind of work. An interesting factor is that just last year, the ICC, International Chamber of Commerce, registered its 28,000th case. It's quite a big number in just under 100 years. That's quite something. So the number of arbitrations are out there. Number of arbitration institutions, there have always been quite a few. Well, what's an institution? Some institutions have restructured, have had a rebirth. But there are many institutions. We all know about the International Chamber of Commerce. 25 years ago, we hadn't heard that much. The LCIA rejuvenated itself. SIAC was created. Hong Kong Institute, the Hong Kong International Chamber of Commerce, got going. The SCC started in the 1970s, 1980s to provide a place for Soviet and American disputes to go to arbitration. Of course, it's a much bigger institution today. And we see more and more institutions being created in countries which feel, why shouldn't we? Throughout Asia, you see, they may be small, but from small you can grow to a bigger institution. An interesting institution created a few years ago was set up in Cape Town, dedicated to African disputes with their major investor, which is China. So when disputes arise, they have a dedicated arbitration institute. So institutes are getting bigger and stronger. The number of specialist arbitration lawyers and law firms is amazing. If you go around law firms, everybody tells you they're specialists, they do a lot of this work, and numerous of their partners. And that's, I think, probably true. Maybe a bit of an exaggeration, but probably true. However, if you look in London and elsewhere, there are, in recent years, sets of chambers, barristers' chambers, which are our traditional English way of working the law, have developed arbitration sections. And there are a fair increasing number all over the world of arbitration boutiques, small firms which are focusing on arbitration. We have a new industry of tribunal secretaries who are there to support arbitrators, to help them with the administration and some parts of the legal aspects of the arbitration. And the institutions are supporting this. And then we have education. Now, education, which is both academic and practical. And here, of course, I have a vested interest. But in 1985, we created the School of International Arbitration at the University of London. And everybody said, that's stupid. There's no subject of international arbitration. Arbitration is a method of procedure. And if you're in this country, it's this procedure. The fact that the parties all come from somewhere else, that doesn't make it international. It's the local. Well, we set it up. And it's been a booming almost 40 years. We celebrate our 40th anniversary. But that's not all. Look where arbitration is now being taught. At high quality universities, at high level, from Stockholm, where we've had two of our own friends and one of our own students who are there, including Professor Baltag, the MIDS in Zurich, in Geneva, and all over America, and now out in Asia. There are institutes teaching arbitration. Some of the institutions are doing so as well. The Chartered Institute of Arbitrators in England, which was always doing a certain amount of training, is now doing significantly more, trying to help people who are interested to get involved and to develop a knowledge, and with that knowledge, to be able to develop their own experience. And now we have increasingly commentaries on arbitration. Now, these are those people who are trying to tell us what's happening. So, it's legal. People tell us what the law is, how the law is developing. But equally, there's the sociological. Who's who? Who's doing what? And we can get that from GAR and from Jus Mundi and from Kluwer and Just Connect and Investment Arbitration Reporter. They're all there. And we all read them. And we enjoy sometimes getting information that we didn't know and sometimes a little bit of gossip. Nothing wrong with that. But they are big industries. And we all benefit from what they do. And then we have the people who make our work easier. As soon as somebody hears you're involved in arbitration, they approach. Can we provide you with a transcript? Can we provide you with a platform on which nowadays to keep all the papers in the hearing so that everybody has access to those papers? to be there to service it. We also have in many countries now arbitration specialist arbitration hearing rooms. So we're booming. And then you've got the information providers. And they're aiming at another slightly different model. People want to know about the experience of lawyers and arbitrators. And so we have these organizations who are writing up who's doing what, who are the people who are best known, who are the top tier and the second tier, what kind of cases. So you look at Legal 500 in Chambers, arbitration intelligence. I think Jus Mundi does that as well. It's a fact that and people are using that, because if people didn't look there and weren't interested, these organizations wouldn't exist. They're not doing it because they're nice guys. They're doing it because it's help. They believe it helps, and the marketplace says there's enough interest to follow it. And there are further to that, there are professional bodies that have got involved in trying to support, maybe it's manage and control the arbitral process. In particular, the International Bar Association. Now, the International Bar Association represents lawyers from all over the world in every area of law. And originally, if I remember correctly, the aim was to help lawyers to meet lawyers from other countries so that when they needed help in another jurisdiction, they knew where to go, they had a contact, and by corollary, people they met would come to them and say, oh, I've got a problem, and could you help me in your jurisdiction? But in the arbitration area, the IBA has done work of setting up rules for taking of evidence, guidelines for conflicts of interest for arbitrators, guidelines for party representatives, and also the Code of Ethics. And there are other institutions, including UNCITRAL. The Swiss Arbitration Association is very active in developing rules of this kind. And so we see that there are all these increasing facts. These show that the industry is much wider than it was just a few years ago, with all these other factors coming together. There is clearly an increased number of participants in an international arbitration. So we had parties, and we had an institution, and we had arbitrators, and we had lawyers, and now we have sometimes amici, and we have third-party funders, another very important factor that is influenced, and in the early years was extremely controversial, and even now is still controversial in some places, and yet other places have adopted legislation to allow third-party funding subject to certain regulations, so that it's regulated. And the outside influences, reporting on international arbitration events and developments. As I've mentioned, these are people who are trying to show not only the details, but also to show themselves as experts and knowledgeable in the area. And some of you may remember some years ago the late lamented Professor Emmanuel Gaillard, who gave a lecture at Queen Mary in which he talked about the sociology of international arbitration, a subject that has come up more frequently in recent years, including in a session at the ICA meeting in Hong Kong. One of the real attractions to arbitration is flexibility. Flexibility in where you can have it, how it's organized, and the way in which the procedure can be adapted to the needs of the parties. Parties can choose the applicable law, the place of arbitration, the procedure to be governed, both legal and practical. They can choose how many arbitrators to have. And these are very, very fundamental factors. In this context, national courts review arbitrators' decisions. And the question here, as I mentioned earlier, is the importance of the courts not overly intervening in aspects of this. But they are frequently, we read reports of national courts who, being party to the New York Convention, are affected by local conditions in a country where enforcement is sought, and will look at the New York Convention rules where you can refuse enforcement because of something that is local. And those are issues that need to be addressed at some stage, but on a national basis, because it's national. There are countries that are more arbitration friendly than others. There is a clamoring to know what and how arbitrators decide matters. Well, doesn't that negate a fundamental? Arbitration is private and confidential. It belongs to the parties. And yet people want to know. And I express an interest. Some 50 years ago, I published a book based on non-published arbitration awards. And I know of another book that is recently coming out, also based on that. So it's there. The question is, people are now seeking to determine the selection of arbitrators by finding out, is this arbitrator somebody who is more black letter or not, or more flexible? Is it somebody who believes on strong views on particular issues or not? And there are institutions who are there to try and be better informed, to better inform lawyers and parties on how arbitrators and arbitral tribunals are likely to deal with particular issues. And I'm not sure whether this greatly assists in the arbitration process, but it is certainly there as a factor. Despite the current successes and preferences of international arbitration, we must be aware of the criticisms that are leveled and the weaknesses and changing circumstances which are happening all of the time. Are we using arbitration and all the skills that arbitration lawyers have, as well as we can, to resolve some of the international problems that exist around the world? And there may even be political problems. But can those individuals with their skills and their knowledge be used for that purpose? But it's meetings like this where people come not to hear somebody like me giving their views, but actually outside there over coffee and over tea and over a drink, talking about other people's experiences and comparing them, being able to identify issues that maybe each of us individually has not had, but somebody else has, and which others of us will or may at some time experience, and will or may be able to benefit or give advice or share experiences with. And that's one of the reasons that we see so many of these conferences which are taking place. Do you know that this very well-attended conference here in Bucharest is in competition with London International Disputes Week, which I believe has 8,000 people attending it. Now there's somewhere else, I'm sure, around the world that's also having an international arbitration week of some sort. And every week it's happening. In addition to that, of course, we have ICA every 2 years. We have the IBA twice a year. We have the ILA once a year. And then we have the shippers and the insurers and various other people. They're having the arbitration. When does anybody have time to work? So when all of this is happening, what are we missing that this could all occur? Let me turn now, if I may, with that background of great success but some questionability. And I'll talk about a few issues which I think are important in the context of going forward and are likely to come up and be discussed during this morning and afternoon's focused key discussions of the key areas. A first and fundamental factor in every international commercial arbitration is that parties are from different cultural backgrounds. They come from different legal, economic, and political systems. They speak different language. And remember, when you speak a different language, you sometimes think differently. Not wrongly, differently. And it's important to always remember that just because someone says something one way doesn't mean that they're wrong, because we think differently. And people come to arbitration with different educational backgrounds. And we do get the arbitration lawyers who have been fortunate to have spent time at the School of International Arbitration in London, and therefore have a good understanding of private international, public international, comparative law. But we also get a lot of lawyers who don't have that background, and they're pretty good. So we've got to remember what's in the room. And then these factors frequently result in different expectations of parties and lawyers and arbitrators, and the behavior that takes place. Education may help, but it's not going to resolve all the problems. The key skills that are required, as I've said before, in my view, are the international law and comparative law issues. But they help bridge the gaps, but they don't overcome them. Lawyers who are representing parties in an international case need to understand and be willing to make the efforts to understand the differences in the approaches taken by arbitral tribunals. Just imagine an arbitrator who comes from a common law jurisdiction in the presiding, take that arbitrator out and put in somebody who comes from a civil law jurisdiction. Immediately, the atmosphere or the flavor or the approach is likely to change. Not for better and not for worse, but it's going to change. And we need to understand that. And lawyers need to also have in mind when they appoint tribunals, trying to have tribunals that are going to work well together rather than tribunals where there may be an inbuilt conflict of references. And there are still arbitrators, lawyers in my experience, and my great regret, who expect that the procedures will be conducted in the same way as national court procedures where they come from. I think that's an unfortunate situation. And it brings me now to the subject of ethics. We're going to have a session a little later this morning on ethics in international arbitration. And I'll ask you another question. Whose ethics? Mine, with my background and my education, or yours, with your background and your education? All of us are different. We come from different places. We've had different experiences. Whose ethics? And who is going to manage these ethics? The adopted ethical standards in those who produce them, such as Antitrial and other organizations, how are they going to be applied? Who's going to be the policeman? Who's going to say to somebody, you breached that ethic? Are those ethics going to dovetail? We all have ethics according to the legal system in which we are registered. Are they going to dovetail with those? Because in many ways, the practices that we have and we are allowed differ in different ways. What are these ethics? What's their authority? Some nice idea from an institution, or is there more to it? Every arbitration is different. Parties are different. But let's see how these ethics will apply. Do they apply to parties' legal representatives? Are they required, these lawyers, to act with integrity, whatever that means? Must they be honest, whatever that means? Are they precluded from engaging in activities designed to produce unnecessary delay or expense because it suits their client? Are they allowed to adopt tactics, the object of which is to delay matters or obstruct the arbitration, or to challenge arbitrators just for the sake of a challenge? Are they when presenting a case, are they required to ensure that they don't knowingly misrepresent facts or present law which doesn't exist? All these things have happened. Are these ethics going to prevent it? And is there a way that the arbitration community needs to find a mechanism, I don't have a solution, to try and get these standards to work? Now, one way may be arbitration institutions, but arbitration institutions have a different objective. They do provide flexible, permissive, effective arbitration rules, and they leave arbitrators to get on with it, but at the same time, they do try to control and manage certain aspects of the arbitrations under their specific rules, and that's probably the right thing for them to do. But they give choice parties the choices that they're available, and the fact that you can choose from one institution to another is a great advantage. But we see in recent years some institutions wanting to take over the process. They also want to be seen as doing better than other institutions. They want to show how good they are and how effective they are. And where they want to, in some ways, be able to review and control what the arbitrators are doing. We're going to hear this a bit later about the appointment of arbitrators. Well, institutions are frequently involved with the appointment of arbitrators. Some of them, even if parties nominate, they retain the right to make the appointment. It's trite to say, absolute nonsense to say, that arbitrators should be independent, impartial, free of conflict, as they're doing that. It's nonsense. It's a reality. If arbitrators are not independent and impartial, the whole system collapses. And we all know inherently when there's a conflict. And those people who worked as an arbitrator know internally when there's something which is a conflict. But we have so many cases where lawyers take the opportunity to challenge an arbitrator successfully. If it's going to be successful, the arbitrator should know and get out. But how many times there's a challenge and they don't succeed in that challenge, and it's made for delay purposes or to sabotage the tribunal, destabilize the process, or just get some more time and delay. Now, the most important thing in any arbitration, in my view, is procedure. What does an arbitrator want to know? Tribunal. What does this clause in the contract mean? Article 14 says, whatever it says. What does that mean? And one side says it means this, and the other side says it means that. That's the argument the tribunal need to be told. What was the object? Claimant says, they should have done X, Y, and Z. And they didn't. And respondent says, we did, but we couldn't. It was their fault. There was a force majeure, whatever the reason. That's what the arbitral tribunal needs to determine. How do you bring this information to the tribunal? Well, what do we do now? In many cases, too many cases, we have a request for arbitration which says, here's my claim, and we have an answer which says there's no merit, and may say a counterclaim. And then we get a claim, a defense, a reply, a rejoinder. And then we want to reply to the rejoinder and a defense of the counterclaim and a reply to the defense of the counterclaim. And before you look round, you've got 8 to 10 substantive pleadings. And a large part of them are repetitious. They don't help the tribunal. The tribunal's reading it. Unless you take the view that if you tell an arbitrator more times, repeat it again and again, the idiot will understand. Well, if he's an idiot, don't appoint him. The point is, make it clear that the repetition is very good for the lawyer's purse, writing it out again and charging the client. But it increases the cost of the arbitration increases the work of the tribunal, but does it help the case? The second issue on procedure, which I think is important, document production. Now, in the common law world, document production, or discovery as we Americans would call it, is a fundamental and very important part of the litigious process. You might like it or not, it is a fact. In the civil law world, it's almost unknown. If you can identify very specific documents, a judge may order production. What has happened? Look at the IBA rules. IBA rules are meant to apply to all of us. And so the IBA rules, when they were first adopted, said document production on a very narrow and specific purpose. It was actually the common lawyers who pushed for that. And the IBA accepted it. And now in arbitrations, we have lengthy, acrimonious document production applications and accusations by parties that the other side haven't produced documents, very much on the common law style. What relevance does that have to international arbitration? The parties have accepted it, and that's what they want. I don't have a problem with it. But to see it as a fundamental of international arbitration is something which we need to consider. Is it appropriate for our system, particularly when one party is not from a common law background? These are, again, another issue. And then there's one further issue. In addition to witness evidence, documents, what is evidence? Documents which prove something. We also have witnesses. Now, witnesses come along and they give their evidence. And they can be extremely helpful. The witnesses, I was there, I did, I saw, I discussed, I remember this, I saw this happen. That's very helpful. But who prepares the witness statements? The lawyers of the party who are presenting the witness, written in impeccable English or American by the lawyers. Is that the best way? Do those lawyers, when they prepare the witness statements, do they actually put all the evidence in, including the evidence that is not to the advantage of the party who they're representing? Is that the best way to get witness evidence? To leave it to the lawyer representing one or other party to prepare the evidence? I think that's something also that maybe needs to be thought through. Can we get to procedural systems that make these methods appropriate for the case? I'm not saying ban them, I'm not saying stop them, but appropriate for the case, which is going to be the most efficient. Well, we're going to hear about procedure later this afternoon, and I hope I haven't stood on anybody's toes for that. So let me leave you with just one final thought. How do you make the system more efficient? How do you save money? Saving money saves money for the parties, not necessarily for the lawyers or even the arbitrators, or even the institutions, but for the parties. And I think that one way of doing so is if you make the procedure simpler. And a way to do that might be to have more frequent meetings right through the process between the tribunal and the parties, and maybe the parties' lawyers. We've got a claim and a defense. The claimant sets out his case, the respondent answers it. Is that the time for the arbitrators to say, okay, we've read your claim and we've seen your evidence, we've seen your defense evidence. Here are some questions for you. Can we squeeze the parties to narrow those? I don't mean squeeze them to get rid of them, I mean squeeze them to help them. Can we do that? The Swiss and the Germans have a system, I don't know if it happens here as well, where arbitrators do try to help parties to settle by giving them an indication of how they're thinking. That is a no-no in common law world. But are we not sophisticated enough to develop systems like that, which with the parties' agreement, can be used to simplify the issues? Well, I'm not answering any questions. I have posed enough for you, and with that I thank you and I wish you good deliberations for the rest of the day.
Dear guests, panel 1 will follow immediately. I invite Julie Bedard to take control of the stage and of the panel. And the first coffee break will be immediately after the first panel.
Okay. Is this working? Not? No, right? Okay, here we go. Good morning, everybody. Sunt încântată să fiu aici. Va fi minunat să vorbesc cu mulți dintre voi. I think this morning, first of all, disclaimer, this panel is called Ethics and Conflicts of Interest in International Arbitration. We will be focusing on the portion that deals with conflicts of interest. We will be focusing on the IBA guidelines on conflicts of interest in international arbitration, which is probably, and I say proudly as one of the former co-chairs of the committee, one of the most used products of the IBA, together with the IBA rules of evidence, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. And we will be focusing on this product as opposed to the IBA guidelines on party representation, which focuses on other aspects of the ethical behavior of lawyers and the parties in international arbitration. Very quick background to the project before I introduce the speakers who will be discussing these issues with you today. The IBA guidelines were promulgated in 2004. We're 20 years into this project. We already had one revision in 2014, and we had a survey that was conducted in 2022. There were 9 subcommittees that were created for the revision of the guidelines. The general approach was, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So do not, because you're tasked with the review and the revision of the guidelines, try to do an overhaul, but rather be subtle and circumspect about the distinctions and the changes that could be made. Nevertheless, you should know that there were a few areas of interest. Predictably and understandably, disclosure always at the forefront of these issues for conflict of interest. Third-party funding that was mentioned by Professor Liu. The issue conflicts, expert witnesses, sovereigns, non-lawyer arbitrators, a bit of a novelty, you will see social media. Let me say no more on the introduction of the project, as I would like also to tell you very briefly here about our speakers so that they can delve into these areas in more detail. Gabor Damjanovic from Hungary, you know him. He has a really nice way of putting his country on the international arbitration map. What you may not know is that he's also a specialist of gaming and betting, which I myself didn't know. Jens Hendrik Jensen from Germany, German credentials. All of our panelists are experts in international dispute resolution, so you should take that for granted. What you may not know is that Jens is also trained in Australia at the University of Queensland. Nadia Al-Kanawati from London. She may be based in London, but she is incredibly international with a Swiss experience, speaks French and Italian, and we share in common Columbia University as an alma mater. And Jan Dobry, Czech Republic, also a specialist of international dispute resolution, but with an interesting specialty and background and experience in competition. Let us get started and let's see if we can catch up on some of the time. I will ask my speakers for their cooperation in that regard so we can get everybody reasonably in time for the coffee break and not delay the second panel. We're going to skip one of the two introductory questions, but I think what we would like to do is really focus on the amendments instead of giving the general overview of what some of the key ethical issues might be. So 2024 amendments to the IBA guidelines. Just if Nadia, we can start with you. How useful are the new changes, and do you feel like there's areas that weren't covered that should be addressed? Maybe just very briefly in a few minutes. Thank you.
Is this?
If you wait a little bit, I think it will come on. I think there's probably somebody pushing the button somewhere.
Yeah, it's always better if I'm not the one pushing the button, so that's that is excellent. Thank you, and thank you also to the organizers for the invitation. It's always a great pleasure to be with you all. I think you said it, Julie, in the introduction. I mean, the amendments are sort of a light touch. It's not a full overhaul, which makes sense for a product that works. I think it's sort of the annual 10-year cycle when we think about revising things, and so I think it brings it more into the fore of where we are today versus where we were 10 years ago. Certainly, sort of the focus on the social media. I think that is going to be a bigger issue going forward. There will be more discussions coming from that. As Professor Liu hinted, sometimes people look for challenges. I think social media will be a prime ground to look for reasons to challenge. And then also certainly sort of the more complicated or more international setup of firms and practitioners sitting both as arbitrator and counsel and working in sort of different law firm setups and how that influences conflicts. Are you really always to be considered the same as your firm, and how does that work with new setups of law firms? And so I think the guidelines do a good job of sort of setting that out, but remain true to what they need to be, which is just guidelines. And ultimately, it's a case-by-case analysis, and we can't rely, 100% on that being comprehensive. And I don't think they ever should be. We need to apply the common sense that Professor Liu also hinted at in the keynote. It's ultimately up to each of us to make them work in practice.
Jans, would you like to add something?
I could try to use that one. Thanks for having me here. Thanks for Julie, and thanks Nadia for starting on that point. For me, the amendments are quite interesting because they clarify a lot for us. I'm primarily not the typical arbitrator. Normally, I'm the counsel, and in picking. And as Professor Liu just said, torpedoing or working against a possible arbitration, I try to look into conflicts and try to find out where there are conflicts. And so it really helps to have now a clearer understanding what are possible conflicts of an arbitrator. And particularly if you have the traffic lights, the orange list is I think really helpful. You have a lot of clarification in there. If it's now in the past, I think you never really know what happened to third-party funders involved there. The clarification concerning affiliates, how far it goes. There's still some points that need to be clarified. I think we come back to the important or interesting part where we talk about social media. I had some cases on that. That's very interesting, but we're at that on a later point. So that's something I really look for the new clarifications, and that's really helpful. Yeah.
Gabor, I'm able to come back to you because Nadia and Jans were so efficient in the way they addressed the overview of the amendments. Do you want to very briefly tell us what you think are some of the key issues when it comes to conflicts of interest? Which was your introductory question that I inverted the order.
Thank you very much. First of all, I agree with the light touch approach, and I agree with the clarifications. What I find important in the amendments is a further emphasis that the general standards are much more important than the traffic lights. The life is much more complicated, and the traffic lights approach simply can't follow life. So, and I fully agree on that. It's much more important. And something I would like to note. I refer back again to Professor Liu's presentation. He mentioned that an arbitrator knows if there is a conflict, and then come the councils like Jens, and they try to dig out something with guerrilla tactics, whatever. And there, my take is that there is a huge informational asymmetry between the arbitrator and the councils. The arbitrator very often sits alone in a boutique, or by himself, herself, or by the arbitrator, as the new rule says. There are no genders anymore. And he or she can dig up whatever he or she can find, but when on the other side you've got 20 councils working for $1,500 per hour and try to find something, they definitely will. I'm sure we all know the 6 handshake rule, which says that if you shake hands with someone, that shakes hands with someone else, and it goes on for 6 times, then you can reach everybody within the 8 billion people. So you can always find someone, and my take on that is that integrity and ethics is the very, very core value of arbitration. Number one, because that's the way you have to do it, and that's the right way to do it. And number two, because they are watching us, and we know all the legitimacy problems, especially with ISDS, but that also comes to commercial arbitration. On the other hand, you can only be impartial or partial or dependent if you know the connection with the person from whom you should be dependent or partial, or because of whom you should be partial. So if the arbitrator has no idea that a far away affiliate of one of the parties is someone where his former paralegal used to work 15 years ago, then I don't think there is an issue, because you don't get partial or dependent on something that you have no idea about. Thank you.
Many thanks for these introductory comments. So let's dig in a little bit into some of the issues that have been raised in the recent revisions. The revised guidelines appear to attempt to address what we all know as the growing and very global corporate structures of many firms today, and that of their clients. As one example, the guidelines expanded the term affiliate. This was mentioned by the speakers, and this is used in the red, the orange, and the green lists to include, quote, not only all companies in a group of companies, including the parent company, but now, and this is the new addition, any individual having a controlling influence on the party in the arbitration, and or any person or entity over which a party has a controlling influence. So this key concept of key controlling influence. And we know that this is captured in the orange list for potential conflicts purposes if the arbitrators has been, within the past 3 years, been consulted by an affiliate, brings back in the definition I just read, of a party making the appointment in an unrelated matter, but the arbitrator and the affiliate have no ongoing relationship. That is captured. This affiliate definition, this notion of controlling influence, is this too attenuated? How can this be enforced in practice, given the number of persons that can be captured in this definition? Does this impose an undue burden on arbitrators when making their disclosures? So maybe let me start with Jens here to ask you more questions.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Julia. Thank you to the organizers for having me. As Julia mentioned, I am also a competition law lawyer, and the concept of control, that's a big thing in the competition law field. Essentially, whenever there is a change of control, competition authorities tend to come in. And what control means tends to be quite precisely defined. And one of the questions I have in relation to the new revised IBA guidelines is, are we clear what the controlling influence shall mean? Now, we have, the simple answer would be through ownership. If you own more than 50% of a company, you clearly have a controlling influence. But as the competition law knows, the control does not have to come from structural ownership-related means. It can come from contractual means. For example, we have a concept of negative control. So from a competition law perspective, having the power to veto certain decisions is a control, is a controlling influence. Having the power to appoint board members is a controlling influence. What does it mean in relation to the IBA guidelines? In competition law world, we tend to look at control based on very detailed request for information which the parties are providing to the authorities. We don't really have that in the arbitration world. And coming to the disparity of, coming to the question whether counsels from big law, for example, what information they have available compared to arbitrators sitting in their boutique firms, what their information they have available there, probably could be a potential for quite serious concerns being raised in that aspect. I've also experienced a case, and that was not arbitration related. That came from insolvency angle of view. But one of the parties were claiming that, in fact, a bank is having a controlling influence due to the nature of obligations the debtor has based on the loan agreement. Now, if we would have to take that perspective, we are getting into very complex set of relationships where potentially arbitrators coming from bigger law firms are not going to be conflict-free ever. With all those questions, I would like to turn to you as well. I would like to use the polling opportunity Mentimeter offers us. So if I could ask for the QR code to appear on the screen. If you could use your phones and scan the QR code. Yeah, we seem to be getting there. So if I can ask for the first slide. I'm gonna be asking you a question whether you believe that we do know sufficiently what controlling influence means. So now we can all vote. Maybe. All the people answering yes just think I'm too paranoid, which might be, of course, the case. Well, yeah, I think that's an interesting result we are getting. I'm not the only paranoid one in the group. Interesting, thank you. I think that's something to bear in mind, and we'll probably need a bit more clarity on how to approach the concept of controlling influence in the future, and we probably need to be aware that there might be a scope for rogue actions of councils trying to obstruct the whole process.
This is indeed perhaps a little bit more of a closer result than what might have predicted between clarity. Those people who think that the concept is clear and those who think that it isn't. Let me ask Gabor and then Jens to comment on the definition of affiliate, this notion of controlling influence. I've raised some questions earlier, which obviously you're free to address. Is this too attenuated a relationship, and how do we enforce this definition of affiliate?
I think it is. Hello? Yes. I think it's very, very difficult. I refer back to what I said, that an arbitrator is sitting in his or her loneliness in a boutique and expected to do a research that, and I refer to what Jan said, it's not only the amount of information available for big law versus a sole arbitrator, but also the manpower that he or she can put in. So a big law can easily put 200 hours on researching something about one of the arbitrators, and better or worse, they can even charge it to their clients, and that's unexpected from an arbitrator. So my answer there is it's very, very difficult, and referring back to what we've heard in the keynote, an arbitrator often knows or should know that there is a conflict. Well, especially with this widened affiliate scope, I don't think that they actually will. That would be very difficult.
Well, I agree to what Gabor said, and I think I would extend to that problem not only to boutique firms, but to large firms, large companies, where it is. I think it's very hard in an international sense to find out who really is an affiliate, who's the individual in that context. At the end, of course, when you come back to the question, the arbitrator should know if he's conflicted or not, it sounds pretty easy. But to disclose possible conflicts, that's, I think, the big problem you're raising. And one note to the 19 people that just said yes on they know what control means. I think it's very interesting. I'm coming from a corporate background, so doing a lot of securities law. And in Germany, we have a very hard distinction. What is control in a corporate matter? And honestly, you ask two lawyers and get three answers. So it's very hard. So I'm interested later in coffee breakers to talk to some of the guys that believe they know what control is, because I wouldn't know what you really think. I mean, it sounds pretty easy, but at the end, if you really look into the complex issues we have here, I think it's very complex, and I'm looking forward for possible cases or commentaries at some point where it is clear for everybody what is a possible control under the new IBA rules.
Just to jump in here, I mean, I think this goes back to something Gabor said in his first remarks. I mean, certainly as someone sort of self-interested who works for a big law firm and also sits as arbitrator, I mean, the more you disclose, and obviously this would be one of those instances where you'd be dependent on the party also to disclose, you know, all of the different possible individuals and companies that have, quote, a controlling influence, whatever that means in your personal definition. But you're also creating a situation where you will find a conflict if you're looking, but if you don't know about it, and I think that was Gabor's point initially, is there really a conflict, right? So ultimately, I think we sometimes lose sight of what the actual question is, right? And the question is, do we have a fair process? Nobody wants a biased arbitrator that is somehow influenced, but where is that line? And ultimately, is there really an appearance of bias if you find out because a party has given you a list of 180 companies that have some form of controlling, you know, influence in some shape or form, that you are in fact unable to decide this dispute? I mean, I don't think so. But if you give me a list of, you know, even 25 additional possible parties, I mean, I will get a conflict report that is 200 pages long, and I will have to say, sorry, I won't be able to do this, even though there's really no reason objectively why I couldn't decide impartially. So I think more expansion of the definition is I'm not sure serves of the purpose of actually having fairer proceedings ultimately.
That's a great point, of course. How could you possibly be losing your impartiality if you don't even know about the relationship? But let us turn to a different topic, seeing that we will not be able to ultimately resolve everything conclusively on the notion of affiliate and controlling influence. Let's turn to the expert appointments of arbitrators. Expert appointments of arbitrators. The revised Orange List now includes arbitrators currently or in the past 3 years acting as an expert for one of the parties, or an affiliate. The affiliate comes back of one of the parties in an unrelated matter, unrelated. And there's also being captured the appointment as an expert on more than 3 occasions by the same counsel or by the same law firm. Is this a workable addition, or are the arbitrators increasingly advised to simply avoid acting as experts in matters with a view to avoid creating these potential conflicts that are captured by the Orange List? Jens, what do you think?
Well, I honestly like the new edition. I think it's very helpful and it's consequent. So yes, I like it, and I wouldn't necessarily say it's required that arbitrators should not be experts anymore. So the answer is no. They still can be. The only thing I think it's very important is that, coming back to your conflict list and research, it's very important that you open up as early as possible your possible conflicts in large matters. So whenever you are an expert, you may have to make sure that when you are asked in a possible case, that you, at the earliest point possible, to disclose that possible issue. And I also think, again, from a counsel perspective, sometimes you might use that, of course, to ask for different expert opinions, to sabotage big cases in asking different expert opinions by well-known experts in that field. And that's, of course, something that has to be looked into in the next years, what's going on with that. But in general, I like the idea that you have it in the orange list now.
That's a great point. By the way, that's how Skaddenarps, my firm, grew when it was very small, a startup. Yeah, the companies didn't want us to see us on the other side, so they would hire us just to sit there and do nothing. And that's how the firm decided, well, we could also offer you other services instead of just M&A, and the other services of the firm grew. Nadia, what are your thoughts on all this?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting addition, and I think it's sort of, now the acting as expert is sort of the new double hatting front. It used to be just counsel and arbitrator, and now the expert field, I think, is coming more into the fore, which I think there are legitimate reasons to say, if you're always appearing as expert for one party and then you have to adjudicate them, that could possibly create a conflict. We had last year at the ASA roundtable discussion sort of a similar Mentimeter poll about whether people in the room felt it was necessary to disclose when an arbitrator is working as counsel with an expert that now is appearing in an unrelated matter before them. And 81% in the room at the time thought it was absolutely necessary to disclose that. And I think that's an interesting constellation, because if you, as the arbitrator, are simultaneously working with a particular expert on an issue, even if it's an unrelated issue, I could see that, you're building a trust, you have maybe an inherent sort of understanding of how that person works, you have a better relationship with that person, you trust their opinion, that could influence you in a way. I think it's a good addition to have to disclose that. There was a very funny and a bit odd case that just came out in England in February this year, where a sole arbitrator, who I was assured was not a lawyer, made a statement at a case management conference where he said, I don't need to hear the expert witness, I know them. And so we don't need cross-examination. I know them, I sit in these cases all the time. It was an insurance dispute, interesting case, a fake Molotov cocktail exploded on a film set and injured an actor, and it was an insurance dispute. And for understandable reasons, the party who did not appoint that expert said, well, wait a minute, no. And it went to the High Court, and the High Court said, no, that's clearly apparent bias. Obviously, that's an extreme case. I don't think a lawyer, hopefully, would have made at least that clear of a statement, but I do think it's an interesting dynamic, sort of this, especially legal experts as well, if you're working very closely with someone for years and you trust their judgment, and then you see them again before you in a case, I do think there's some merit to having to disclose that.
Why don't we turn to social media and online professional networking platforms? The Orange List now includes public advocacy for a position on social media. Is this a controversial change? How do you think this will be implemented? What if an arbitrator just reshares a post or likes a post that shares an opinion relevant to an issue in a case? What are we meant to be doing with this? Jens.
Well, I think we're having polling soon. I think Jan is introducing that. But I like the addition because it's very, what means helpful, it's necessary that we have that, but it's very complex. And I spoke to some colleagues already. I already had cases, issues like that. Give you a short example. We had an arbitrator, the chairman, sitting in a case, and we found out as counsel during the process that one of the parties was affiliated with a former associate of that person, and that former associate made a lot of different comments on social media on that party, the defendant. And they liked and disliked and made various comments. So former associate, still same law firm, so it doesn't really matter, probably not really mattered. But then at some point, our arbitrator also liked some comment of that former associate, and we brought that up and asked for explanation by the arbitrator, and he's like, well, I really didn't think about that. Yeah, but that can be an issue. Does it make you biased? Probably not. But it's something you have always to remember as an arbitrator. Probably same like a politician. Be careful in what you like, dislike, or commentary on, because social media does never forget. I mean, they should, but they never do. So I think it's something that everybody has to bear in mind, and it can be very tricky.
Gabor, would you like to comment before we turn to Jan and his polling?
I think I simply reshare his thoughts. So, well, in today's world, we know that an MOG can result in multi-million-dollar awards. So it's a strange world. As far as I'm concerned, I think it's a question of merits. I mean, simply liking something probably does not reach the threshold. Again, as lawyers, we say case by case, but that's my first thought on that. On the other hand, if you reshare, you can reshare with your thoughts. So if it amounts to some kind of prejudgment or an opinion on the case, then it's just a question where you published it. And even before this amendment, if you published it in an article that amounted to an issue, now it's just widened with the social media. So I think it's more on the merits, what the arbitrator actually writes or says, or what his or her thoughts are. Thank you.
Jan, over to you.
Well, before turning to you with another question, we had a experience with that in the Czech Republic when one of the politicians got under the spotlight after liking a particularly nasty comment. Was sort of in the middle of so-called migration crisis, and he was being asked whether he indeed likes that comment, whether he shares what the comment said, and his explanation was, well, I simply liked it in order to let the writer know I've read it. So in his explanation, liking something meant, or could have meant, I've read it, and I mean there might be in that case it was not entirely believable probably, but in general the social media are giving us only limited options how to, unless we write our own posts, which is then slightly different story. The interaction through liking or emojis or similar means. There are limited ways of expression, and the fact I'm liking something or previously on Twitter giving heart or star to something probably might not necessarily mean I do share that view. That in some instances it could probably mean, well, I've read it, and I have to admit myself, I did like the post. I haven't read probably completely. I wanted to perhaps support the person posting it. I wanted to give them the exposure through sharing that into my network, and that's it's not an ideal habit, but we probably do that. And with that, I would like to put the second question on the screen, please. And I would like to see what you think about it. So I'm going to skip onto the next one. So do you think that sharing or resharing or liking a post implies a consensus with what is being liked or shared? That's very balanced.
Close.
Well, and more? That's interesting. That probably means that even simple liking or sharing needs to be done with, maybe a bit more scrutiny than maybe some of us tend to do, because clearly in eyes of majority here, that could mean a person might be biased.
If I can just add, I think one aspect of this that we haven't talked about yet is maybe the timing of the like or the interaction on social media, right? I think the case that Jens described is striking in the sense that it's during the pending arbitration, right? So I think that makes a difference. If you're currently in a case before someone, it's probably not a great idea to send everybody on the tribunal a friend request and try to engage actively with them on social media. I think there should be more restraint in an ongoing case. But obviously, our social media presence is much longer than any pending case, and so outside of a pending case, I think it's every like on LinkedIn disqualifies you from ever dealing with that person in a professional setting. That would be very difficult. But in a pending case, I think more restraint should be used.
Excuse me, can I? Please. Just one note on this. I think during a pending case, there should be nothing to be reshared or commented on at all. There should be nothing on social media, by the way. And one more note. Sometimes you reshare something that you don't necessarily agree with simply because you would like people to know about it. I think everybody who sits in the room is pro-arbitration, and generally speaking, we don't like set-aside decisions, but if there is an interesting set-aside decision anywhere in the world, we would like everybody to know about that, why it happened. So it doesn't necessarily mean you like it. Of course, if you put some thoughts with it, then it's easier, but otherwise, for me, it doesn't necessarily mean that you like it or you agree with it. Thank you.
A lot of nuances, a lot of questions, which also arise with respect to our next topic. We're now going to tackle the duty of counsel to inquire. Has been a very difficult topic for a long time. And I would now ask our panelists to address General Standards 4 and 7 and ask them what the duty of counsel to inquire looks like today with the revisions. What's the extent of that duty? Nadia.
Yeah, so I think this is a really interesting revision in the 2024 version. Before, the standard just said within 30 days of having knowledge of a fact that could give rise to a challenge, you have to actually bring the challenge. And now that's qualified with saying knowledge also means knowledge that you could have acquired if you've done a reasonable inquiry. And of course, as I said initially, I mean, the question will be, and it's a question that the IBA guidelines does not answer, is what is a reasonable inquiry? And I think ultimately that will be a different standard in depending on which court ultimately reviews whether a fact should have been known and whether that was a reasonable inquiry. There was a couple of years ago a really interesting case in Switzerland, a rare revision of an arbitral award where the award was actually set aside. It was a sports arbitration case where it was discovered after the award was issued that the president of the tribunal, so the case involved a Chinese swimmer and it was a doping case. And the president of the tribunal was later discovered to have written quite racist tweets against Chinese people and certain practices in China. And they were sort of buried on his Twitter timeline. He apparently had quite an active Twitter feed, which is the downfall of many politicians and arbitrators, apparently. But there, one of the questions was, well, it's public. I mean, it's on the internet. Should the party have known? Should they have investigated these views were out there? And the Swiss Supreme Court, I think, quite sensibly said, yes, the council have a duty to inquire. You cannot be completely passive and sort of wait until the award doesn't go your way and then start an investigation, which I think is absolutely correct. But the Supreme Court also said, well, if you have no reason to suspect, you don't need to, not everything that's on the internet is deemed known. So if you have no reason to suspect that the person is a racist tweeter, then you don't have to, go through the entire Twitter timeline of that individual to find and unearth such tweets. And I think that's a sensible sort of way of drawing the line, is to say, okay, if you have to do some reasonable inquiries. Obviously, if you're dealing with investment arbitration, if there's a public list of cases in which the person sits, I think it's absolutely, that should be deemed known. I mean, you have to do some due diligence into your candidates. You can't later say, oh, I had no idea you issued this decision and this is clearly you prejudged the issue or whatever the case may be. But you don't have to sort of unearth everything that's on the internet, because I think that would be unmanageable.
Gabor, duty to inquire. You say what?
I think it makes sense. It's a reasonable rule especially against unmeritorious challenges. But I'm very interested in Jan's position on that, because he often sits on the other side. I understand. I think it's again a case by case thing. I sometimes see in smaller arbitrations parties represented by very small law firms. On the other hand, I see cases where dozens of Magic Circle lawyers are lined up on one side. I think it's probably different with respect to one or the other, but I think the general principle is right. So if you want to unearth something, do it right at the beginning, and the question whether you should keep doing that throughout the case, that's another topic, and I would be more lenient on that. But otherwise, I think the rule makes sense.
And Jan, what are your views and interaction with traffic lights?
Yeah, so from a rather council perspective, and again, perhaps slightly paranoid council perspective, that's I think this introduction, while I understand it makes sense, it's a bit scary one. And what I was thinking about, how does this obligation to reasonably inquire interact with the traffic light system? Is it understood that if it's within the traffic lights, that's expected from the arbitrator to disclose, therefore the council does not have to ask about it? Or with the introduction of the new obligation, does that mean I have to inquire about that as well? And there are different outcomes of it, because if an arbitrator does not disclose something, he's not automatically disqualified, which is reasonable, of course. It depends on the facts he has not disclosed. But if I, as a council, do not inquire about something, have I automatically waived it? How does it come into play if the arbitrator didn't disclose something that is on the traffic lights? But I have not asked about it, because I was expecting the arbitrator to disclose it anyway. It's what Nadia was mentioning in relation to the Swiss case. That sounds a reasonable approach, that you have to have a reason to inquire about something. But it doesn't really say that in the guidelines. So, as a counsel representing a client, we tend to, do even unreasonable steps if it means protecting ourselves against potential future client dissatisfactions. So the question is whether this introduction would not, whether this is not something that will, burden the process quite significantly. Because I can imagine a situation where we simply want to ask about anything that comes into our mind, simply to reduce the risk that we would be seen as waiving the potential objection.
Thank you, Jan. We are 5 minutes away from the breaks, so we're going to tackle our last topic. And everything that we've addressed so far, I think, has prompted you to think this is getting more and more complicated, arguably, requiring sustained work on the part of all of us as participants in the process to figure out the answer to the questions that we have raised, possibly more disclosures needed to be made. So you may be thinking this is where the revisions of the guidelines are going. There is a counter trend. There's a counter trend, which is that the guidelines are also, by many accounts, trying to curb, to reduce what are considered to be belated, so late arbitrator challenges, and that's general standard 4E, and that can lead to certain waivers. And so what are, Nadia, the circumstances in which, how do we compare what's late, what's not late, when is a belated or a late challenge justified?
Yeah, I think this is also an interesting question, and has obviously, even before the revision, given rise to a lot of case law. One party will challenge, and the other party will always say it's belated as a defense. I think it's reasonable to have this rule. I mean, from a Swiss perspective, the Swiss Supreme Court has been quite strict in saying you cannot hold in reserve a challenge. So a ground for challenge is not an insurance policy. You can't sort of know about something and then wait and see if it goes well. And if it goes well, you never have to use it because the award goes your way and everyone's happy, or at least on your side, everyone's happy. But then if it goes badly, say, haha, I actually found out 6 months ago that you are affiliated with whoever, and now I'm using that as a challenge. And actually, in a very recent case that is a very positive case that we are very happy with the Swiss Supreme Court for, is this case about the intra-EU question with the ECT arbitration, where the Swiss Supreme Court has pretty strongly rebuffed the ECJ's position, which is unusual for the Swiss to take such a strong stand on anything, but it was pleasant to read that. But one of the sort of maybe lesser discussed aspects of that case is that one of the challenges to the award brought by Spain was also an arbitrator bias challenge, saying that the president had issued 6 months before the award in that case, a case similarly deciding an intra-EU issue, and so therefore he no longer had an open mind, and there was bias, and the decision should be set aside based on the fact that the tribunal was not independent. And the Swiss Supreme Court very sort of decisively gave short shrift to that argument and said, well, if you really felt that, then you should have challenged at the time that competing decision came out, because you were obviously aware. It's also a decision against Spain, so they were aware, and they didn't. And Spain tried to argue in the case before the Supreme Court that they had no idea that the same tribunal would decide, or the same person would decide the same question the same way in this case, and they assumed only when the award came out could they know that the decision would go this way. And then obviously they used the same arguments and the same reasoning, and so therefore that was the reason for the bias. And I think that's pretty clearly a belated challenge that should be dismissed as the Supreme Court did. I don't think there's ever a justification for a quote belated challenge. I think there are circumstances where you genuinely didn't know about a particular issue, and then you have to argue why you didn't know it. But I do think that there is merit to saying, well, once you know, you either have to make a decision in the moment as whether or not you're challenging, or whether you are willing to accept. But once you've accepted, you can't then later, when it doesn't go your way, bring that challenge.
That makes a lot of sense. Jens.
Well, I agree. But from a council's perspective, often you have facts that are not completely materialized. So at some point you get more and more facts, and the question is at what time you have enough material, enough facts to challenge the arbitrator. That's always a question, and in general I like that there is a waiver. I think it's very important, because at the end, even as a council, you want to have good arbitration cases, and you want to go everything going smoothly. You only want to make sure that biased arbitrators do not sit on the court. In connection to the point Gabor mentioned a couple of minutes before, we have in Germany, because the problem is always how much or at what time does an arbitrator needs to identify possible conflicts. And there I see a little bit of a conflict between the IBA rules and at least the German procedural rule, because they under the German law, you oblige as an arbitrator at any time to open any possible conflicts. The question then is, what is a possible conflict? But there under you are, at least if you believe as an arbitrator there can be any biased information, you have to publish them and to inform everybody. And that is a little bit different to, I think, the IBA rules. But yeah, but coming back to our question here, in general, it's fine that you have a waiver, and a council should, as Nadia just mentioned in the case in Switzerland, and of course, as soon as you have information, you must go forward to it. Otherwise, you should be waived with doing something anymore.
Thank you very much. All right, so we don't want to waive the coffee break. We will conclude this panel here. Please join me in thanking our panels for their comments. Thank you.
Right, thank you everybody. If you'll take your seats, that would be great. And welcome to this second session. My name is Jonathan Wood. I am the president of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. We are pleased to support this event. We have 19,000 members around the world and 45 branches, and I see a number of our members are here, including one to my left here, who is a fellow of the Chartered Institute. This session is entitled Arbitration and Courts Support, Support, Supervision, or Selection. I have a saying when I talk to the students that courts can do without arbitration, but arbitration cannot do without the courts. The role of courts in arbitration is fundamental. And as Professor Julian Liu said, autonomy is key, but in one sense, the courts do breathe life into the whole process. And in this day and age, it is the fashion for courts to have something of a lighter touch in many jurisdictions in relation to their role. Although it is noteworthy that in the model law, Article 5 says, in matters governed by this law, no court shall intervene except where so provided by this law. And yet, 10 of the 36 provisions in the model law envisage intervention of some sort, possible intervention by the courts. So Lord Mustill, who was a very eminent arbitrator, a former House of Lords judge in England, likened the relationship between the courts and arbitration as a relay race. They start with the baton in the hands of the courts, because without the courts, who would you go to if there was a problem to establish the tribunal, establish jurisdiction, etc. And then during the process, the baton is handed over to the arbitrators as the process goes on. And from time to time, it goes back, ultimately, I suppose, when it comes to enforcement, back to, for the final leg in terms of enforcement. So let me turn now to my panel. They are all very distinguished in their fields of international arbitration. So I will start, first of all, to my left with Dr. Diora Zaeta. And Diora is based in New York. She's a partner in Denton's, but she is also qualified in Uzbekistan. Next to her, I have James Haskin, who is a New Zealander, but nonetheless is a partner in a New York firm and one of the founding partners of Chavez Lindsay. And then we have Sebastian Lukic, who is from Vienna, but did his BJur at Oxford University and is with the law firm Schoner in Vienna. And then last, but very much by no means least, we have Monique Sassoon, who is with Arbitrar in England, but sits as arbitrator and the author of one of the papers we shall be discussing today, which will be very interesting. So staying with the metaphor of the relay race, I'd like us to start, get us out of the blocks, if you like, by turning to Diora. And Diora, jurisdiction is one of the areas where there is tension between the courts and arbitration. Would you like to tell us a little about how that relationship is established and what comments you have in that regard, in that relationship between the courts and the arbitration?
Thank you, Jonathan, for this great introduction. I'll try to be brief since we can talk about this particular question for the entirety of this panel. I'm very honored to be here today, and I thank the organizers for inviting me. There's constantly evolving debate about the role that courts play or should play with regards to arbitration. And I think the minimal kind of curial intervention is the usual guiding philosophy. In practice, what we see is that interplay between domestic courts and arbitral tribunals involves complex area of legal mechanisms that are aimed at upholding arbitral agreements and, as you said, asserting jurisdiction and ensuring essentially effective dispute resolution. The question is how? What is effective dispute resolution? Domestic courts can usually exercise powers in relation to evidentiary issues and in granting, for example, interim relief that we see in different countries. So anti-suit injunctions, for example, which I will talk about in a bit, are potential instruments that wielded by courts to restrain, for example, parties from commencing or continuing proceedings in foreign jurisdictions. The reason why I'm starting with that is because we see a lot of developments, and we've seen a lot of developments in the last year on that front. Typically, we see domestic courts issuing, for example, an injunction or anti-suit injunction to stay or dismiss proceeding in favor of arbitration, or, for example, assisting with the enforcement of jurisdiction clauses or arbitration agreements. We also have seen anti-suit injunctions, for example, in the US, that prevent the other party from pursuing an anti-suit injunction in another proceeding. So it could get quite complex and multi-layered. So while specific grounds and procedures might vary between jurisdictions, usually the applicant would need to show that the foreign proceedings have been or are about to commence in a dispute to which an arbitration or jurisdiction clauses apply. And once the breach, or for example, imminent breach that is alleged of the clause is established, then we go into the question of how does the court actually intervene, what kind of injunctive relief is being sought. I think commencing proceedings, for example, on a home turf rather than, for example, in a proper forum is one of the common guerrilla tactic. I know we talked about guerrilla tactic in one of our preps. And I think it is very frequently used by dissatisfied party, especially after a loss of arbitration. One of the most recent cases from 2024, there is a Singapore International Commercial Court that held that an arbitration award and that the debtor action to obtain declaration that the underlying arbitration and award were void were clearly an attack on the Singapore ceded award. And essentially that this International Commercial Court rejected debtor's claim that the proceedings were only a preemptive attempt to resist enforcement of the award. So we see an example of how there was arguably a guerrilla tactic, but it was unsuccessful. Other guerrilla tactics, of course, include something like the submission of bankruptcy allegations, for example. Some of them may be groundless. For example, in order to suspend the arbitral proceedings. Or, for example, probably all of us who practice arbitration have seen the late submission of evidence, right? Or a claim in the court, for example, for the sole purpose, for instance, to further prolong the proceedings or stay arbitral proceedings. We very frequently see in the US instances where a party asks for stay of the arbitration in order to resolve issue of who has arbitrability. And there's been so much on this issue, which I'm sure James will talk about. But there are a variety of options of how the courts and arbitral tribunals can interact, and essentially how to establish jurisdiction.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction. And as you say, we will come to anti-suit injunction shortly. So we are all aware of the autonomy of the parties and the relationship with the courts. I suppose the question is also, which court are we talking about? Are we talking about the curial court, or are we talking about other courts that may come to the aid of the procedure around the process? But what I'd like James to talk about is what happens during the process of the arbitration and what the courts can do to assist that process as we go through it, as we go along.
Thank you, Jonathan, and thank you to the organizers for the invitation to speak today. I'm very excited to have my first trip to Bucharest. If slightly jet lagged, but excited to be here. It's also today the anniversary, the 80th anniversary of D-Day, and so in keeping with that theme, I'm focusing on documents, disclosure, and discovery, or indeed evidence more broadly, and how the courts can assist parties in obtaining evidence for use in an arbitration. It also ties into the topic that was at the heart of one of the questions that Julian Liu posed this morning: whose arbitration is it anyway? So I'm going to briefly look at three different avenues for using the courts, as Jonathan mentioned, ways in which the courts can be accessed during the arbitration process or possibly even before. And the first one, and I'm focusing on my adopted jurisdiction of the United States, so bear with me. The first one is Section 1782, and it's compulsory in every international arbitration conference to mention Section 1782 at least once, so this is it. So this audience probably already knows that Section 28 USC 1782 is a provision of the US Code that allows parties before a foreign or international tribunal to seek discovery and aid of that proceeding in the US federal courts to access all the wide range of remedies that those courts provide. But after years of uncertainty, in 2022, the US Supreme Court ruled that this particular avenue is not available in aid of a private foreign or international arbitration proceeding, very briefly on the basis that such avenue is only available for proceedings before government or intergovernmental bodies, for example, before the courts. But it's still worth mentioning in this context for three reasons. First of all, the very large body of 1782 jurisprudence made an important point that one of the discretionary factors on when the courts might grant such relief is if the foreign tribunal could not itself obtain the evidence, because it was evidence to be obtained from a third party. A lot of these applications have to deal with seeking discovery from banks, for example. And so, in other words, the jurisprudence recognizes that the best place to go is the other tribunal. And so the courts are supposed to be of secondary significance. It's also worth mentioning 1782 because there is still some uncertainty around whether it may be available in some forms of arbitration, particularly in ICSID arbitrations, although the federal courts and the jurisdiction in which we both operate has recently held that that's not available, but that's on appeal. And thirdly, it's of interest because there's an awful lot of fighting going on now about what sort of foreign litigation is appropriate for the courts then to grant 1782 relief. And as we all do every day, reading your GAR yesterday, you may have seen a headline about a particular case that's in the Southern District of New York, where there is a application pending before the court, where essentially the underlying foreign proceeding is actually a litigation in another country in aid of arbitration. So it's a backdoor route of getting back to obtaining evidence in support of an arbitration through starting litigation. Now, my firm has done that as well. It can be done for perfectly legitimate reasons, but the focus now in the New York court is this just a sham litigation that's been started as an excuse, essentially, to access the 1782 mechanisms? The second avenue to the courts that I'm going to mention is obtaining court assistance for arbitrator-issued subpoenas, which is somewhat of a unique US invention, but exists in some other jurisdictions as well. So Section 7 of the Federal Arbitration Act, the statute governing most international arbitrations in the US, empowers arbitrators to summon in writing any person to attend before them as witness and bring with him any book, record, document, etc., which may be deemed material as evidence in the case. Now, I'm not going to go into the very complicated bases for when that may be appropriate or not. My point here is just to talk about what if the witness doesn't comply? What is the court's ability to compel a witness to comply with such a subpoena? Now, under the Federal Arbitration Act, an arbitrator-issued subpoena can be the subject of a petition to compel compliance in a court of competent jurisdiction. If the object of the subpoena refuses to comply, then that person has to argue why the subpoena should be quashed, And so here you have a creative way around the arbitrator's limited police powers. Now, there are also complicated issues of US federal court jurisdiction as to which court has jurisdiction over a subpoena and when they may exercise that jurisdiction. Way too complicated to get into here, but I am just going to point to a recent decision of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, that's the circuit which includes, amongst other states, California, and the Day against Oric case, in which the court took a very expansive definition of Section 7 subpoena power to hold that courts could, federal courts had general jurisdiction to compel compliance with arbitral subpoenas in an international, non-domestic arbitration. And the interesting, again, aspect for us here is that the court had to take a very purposive approach of statutory interpretation to find that they had such general jurisdiction. And as the court put it, they found that rather than just limiting the court's functions to the specific types of intervention in the Section 203 of the Federal Arbitration Act, which is to compel arbitration, to appoint arbitrators, or to enforce awards, here enforcing arbitrator-issued subpoenas was a necessary ancillary proceeding that ensures the proper functioning of the underlying arbitration. An interesting aspect of this particular case is that not only is it going to lead to easier enforcement of arbitral subpoenas, international arbitration subpoenas in the US, but there are some commentators who are suggesting that you could even have a foreign-seated arbitration, an arbitration seated here in Bucharest, where the arbitrators could issue a subpoena for a witness or documents located in the US, and that is potentially compellable in the United States, which would essentially be another way of getting to a 1782 light version. No case law on that yet, but watch this space. And the last thing I'm going to mention, which is probably where you might have thought I'd start, is show me the statute in the United States which mirrors Article 27 of the model law in terms of a general power to go to court to get evidence in aid of arbitration. Well, the short answer is there isn't one. Or at least the Federal Arbitration Act does not provide such a power for various historical reasons. But in the US, there are state international arbitration statutes in jurisdictions such as California, Florida, and Texas that include a modified version of the model law, including Article 27. And there, the somewhat limited case law is consistent with what you would find in many other jurisdictions. Leave from the arbitral tribunal is required. Court assistance is most likely to be where the arbitral tribunal has determined that it does not have jurisdiction to compel production of a certain sort of evidence. And I can say from the way we approach it, you would also typically want the tribunal to issue a request itself and identify why the particular evidence that is sought is relevant and material. And there's some very strong case law in the US saying, we're not in the business of deciding what's relevant and material. You know the case better than we do. We'll leave it to the arbitral tribunal to tell us just how important it is to get these documents. And I'll briefly say, just to protect my own jurisdiction, New York does not have a version of the law I just talked about, but it does have its provision in Section 3102C of the New York Civil Procedure Code, where there is something similar that you can do to ask for a court to compel production of evidence, but you have to show extraordinary circumstances. And one of those extraordinary circumstances is, again, that the arbitral tribunal cannot get the evidence itself, or that it has requested that the evidence be produced by the court. And just a quick word now on Article 27 outside of the limited application in the United States. Many jurisdictions, like, for example, my civilized home jurisdiction of New Zealand, have enacted the model law and expanded Article 27 to amend the legislation to expand the court's powers to obtain evidence in aid of arbitration proceedings, no matter where they're seated. So you can have your Romanian arbitration apply to the courts in New Zealand and get evidence in aid of that arbitration. So with that brings me up to other legislative amendments that are going on, and I think, Jonathan, you wanted to say something about the current status of the bill pending in the UK.
Yeah, well, thanks very much, James, and that was a very good exposition of what can be done in the States for supporting the arbitral process. So some of you may have been following the progress, or as I now describe it, the lack of progress of the arbitration bill in England. The Arbitration Act was passed in 1996, and after 25 years it was decided to have a refresh. The Law Commission investigated it and consulted extensively, produced a fantastic report. It produced a bill. It was regarded as a light touch, not a lot needed amending, and we've been working very hard on getting that bill through Parliament. I myself gave evidence to the House of Lords, and the three big areas in support of the process that were dealt with was to provide support for summary disposal of arbitration, to enhance the provisions with regard to obtaining evidence and disclosure during the process, and supporting the awards given by emergency arbitrators. And the third issue, which was quite hotly debated, was the issue of the arbitration agreement. The Law Commission and the bill provided that in default of agreement, that the seat of the law of the arbitration agreement should be the law of the seat, which was in contravention to the common law position as expounded in Enke and Chubb. Now, some people, I mean, if any of you know about Enke and Chubb, in very simple terms, it says that in the absence of a specific provision relating to the law of the arbitration agreement, then if there is a provision in the host contract which provides for a choice of law, then that will be chosen as the law of the arbitration agreement. That brings me on to an interesting topic which I'm now going to ask Deora to deal with, because there have been a spate of cases in England in aid of arbitration, particularly ICC arbitrations, involving anti-suit injunctions. And as I always say, one of the few benefits of Brexit was the resurgence of the anti-suit injunction. Of course, when we were in the EU, anti-suit injunctions were verboten, if I may say so. But now that we are out of the EU, there have been a plethora of cases coming before the English courts based on anti-suits. Deora, would you like to expand on this very interesting area?
Indeed, Jonathan, it is very interesting, and I think I will talk first about probably the most famous case that is still pending, and this case is UniCredit versus Ruskiem Alliance. And I think that case is demonstrative because it shows how domestic courts are using anti-suit injunction to uphold arbitration agreements. Because a lot of times when we would think about anti-suit injunctions, we almost feel like there may be an intervention with an arbitral process. But this case is an interesting example, and it's interesting to dive into details to see the rationale of different courts and how there's clearly a tension that is happening. So in that case, UniCredit, which is an Italian bank, it sought relief from the English courts to restrain Ruskiem Alliance, I'll refer to it as RCA for ease of reference, which is a Russian entity, from pursuing proceedings in Russia in breach of existing valid arbitration agreement. So the proceeding essentially related to several on-demand bonds that UniCredit issued in favor of RCA to guarantee performance and secure an advance payment under a series of contracts between RCA and a third party, which was a German contractor for construction of liquefied natural gas and processing plants in the Russian Federation. So the total value of these bonds was approximately 420 million euros. So each bond contained a governing law clause in favor of English law and an arbitration agreement providing for ICC arbitration seated in Paris, but was silent on the law governing the arbitration agreements, essentially. So following Russian invasion of Ukraine and the imposition of the European Union sanctions, the contractors essentially halted performances under the contract, and the RCA consequently terminated the contracts and made demands on UniCredit for payment. So despite of the presence of the arbitration agreement that nobody is challenging, RCA commenced Russian courts proceeding against UniCredit, and this was done pursuant to famous Article 248.1 of the Russian Arbitration Procedure Code, which essentially purports to allow Russian courts to disregard foreign proceedings or foreign arbitration agreements, or, for example, exclusive forum clauses, and to exercise exclusive, it's a wording of the law, jurisdiction over disputes arising out of the imposition of sanctions on Russian individuals or entities. So essentially, in response, UniCredit sought anti-suit injunction relief before the English courts to restrain the pursuit of the Russian court proceedings. So then other banks and foreign companies have pursued similar strategies before the English, US, German, and Hong Kong courts, and we see it in the news very frequently, even last month. So the UK High Court, interestingly, initially granted UniCredit an interim injunction on ex parte basis. But then there was a trial, and the High Court declared it had no jurisdiction to hear the claim on the ground that the arbitration agreement was governed by, or all of them, arbitration agreements were governed by French law, and that in any event, England was not a proper place for claim. So in particular, the judges accepted that the anti-suit injunction would not be available in the French court, because it's not, but that substantial justice could be done through an arbitral damages award. So concluded that the English court was not an appropriate forum for this kind of anti-suit injunction claim. But then there was an appeal, and the Court of Appeals granted UniCredit, requested injunction, and required RCA to discontinue the Russian proceeding. And then the appeals judge agreed with the lower courts and that the anti-suit injunction are not available in France, but determined that while UniCredit could obtain an arbitral award containing an order that is equivalent to the anti-suit injunction, that would take many months and would not be enforceable in Russia. So where it has already been held that the parties' arbitration agreement is unenforceable. So what the court held is that the suggestion that substantial justice could be obtained by UniCredit in France, whether in court or arbitration, is an illusion. I'm quoting the court's decision. So the UK Supreme Court then, interestingly, dismissed the RCA appeal and upheld that, the anti-suit injunction. So while the UK Supreme Court has not yet handed down its full judgment, Russian courts have taken notice, as we have seen. So while the Russian courts extended its stay of the proceeding pending the appeal, which has been, the decision that the UK judges repeatedly praised. Unfortunately, but not unexpectedly, on May 16th of this year, the Russian court granted RCA's request for interim measures and ordered the seizure of 463 million euros worth of UniCredit's assets. So the next hearing is set for June 17, 2024, so stay put. But the decision, I think, in this case is important because it reinforces several key principles regarding the use of anti-suit injunction that are relevant for our discussion today, specifically in international arbitration. So first is that anti-suit injunctions help preserve party autonomy, right, by ensuring that parties adhere to their contractual obligations. In this case that I just discussed, the injunction upheld UniCredit's right to have its dispute resolved through arbitration as agreed upon in the contracts. It is worth noting that neither party has stated an intention to pursue arbitration, and in that case, and considering the sanctions in place, were RCA to actually pursue arbitration, it is possible that an unfavorable outcome could be challenged on the grounds that it did not have sufficient access to justice. And we have already seen that argument play out in various cases related to Russian sanctions. Another point that I think is important is the case highlights the complexities of jurisdictional issues, the subject that we started with. jurisdictional issues in arbitration, international arbitration. So despite the existence of parallel proceedings in multiple jurisdictions, the English court essentially asserted their jurisdiction to grant the anti-suit injunction, emphasizing the primacy of the arbitral agreement. So while the English court intervened to protect the integrity of arbitration, they did so with the due regard to the principle of international comity, something that we see quite a bit in the US court, or the US court is referring to international comity. So the decision acknowledges the need to balance the interests of different legal systems and promote cooperation among courts in different jurisdictions. And I think another thing is that the decisions highlight a jurisdictional conflict between the Russian courts and the legal orders of major European, US, and Asian financial centers, which parallels the broader political, financial standoff triggered by Russian invasion of Ukraine. And as an immediate consequence, I think Russian entities may attempt to seek protection within Russia against foreign lawsuits, while foreign entities with assets within Russia face an increased risk of potential expropriation or interference, for instance, by state. And perhaps unsurprisingly, there has been a notable uptick in Russian courts issuing such injunctions since early 22, and a bulk of such orders in 2023 and even 2024. There has been some pushback, I think, that's worth mentioning. For example, German state-owned energy group Uniper has recently appealed a Russian court ruling that ordered it to terminate a Stockholm-seated arbitration against Gazprom to pay a 14.3 billion penalty. It called the ruling a violation of international law and the principle of fair trial. And I think it is very interesting to compare the underlying motivations of the English and Russian courts here, because while the English courts appear to be determined that anti-suit injunction was required in order to provide the parties with substantial justice as an arbitral award would not be enforceable in Russia, the Russian courts concluded that the sanctioned parties would not receive fair, equal, and impartial treatment in foreign proceedings, especially in jurisdictions that impose sanctions on Russia. And I think in granting RCA's request for interim seizure, the court essentially considered the fact that the failure to grant such seizure would cause significant damages to RCA and could make it impossible to enforce the court decision. So RCA referred to the fact that the defendants refused to fill in their obligation towards Russian legal entity, and that essentially UniCredit was taking measures to withdraw assets from the Russian Federation. And the court found that the interim measures were aimed at preserving the existing state of relation in order to ensure, further enforcement of the court's ultimate decision, which is what interim measures are supposed to be, arguably do. But obviously, Russia is not the only country making this determination. I mean, we've seen the UK commercial court invalidated a Russian exclusive jurisdiction clause and refused to stay proceeding because it determined that parties would not receive a fair trial in Russia, and that case is, I'm referring to, this is the first case. So I think these cases demonstrate an existing interesting tension and the importance that domestic courts play in the arbitral process, and I'm sure my colleagues here will reiterate that importance when it comes to discovery and enforcement.
Well, thanks very much. I mean, I think it's really, really interesting development. Also very interesting, it depends which end of the telescope you're looking at. If you're looking at it from a Russian point of view on the one hand, or from the countries imposing sanctions, like the UK, the EU, and such like. So. Very interesting issues of comity arise in all of this discussion as to whether which is the appropriate forum, do we uphold the arbitration agreements, and how do we do so? And it will also raise its head, of course, on enforcement issues at the end of the day. So very interesting discussion in that regard, but now I want to turn to something slightly different, because Sebastian, I mean, we've all familiar with ACMER and the impact of, bilateral investment treaty arbitration. within the European Union. But I think you're going to tell us a bit more about the impact of EU legislation on commercial arbitration. The floor is yours, Sebastian.
Thank you, Jonathan. Every time I think of EU law and the impact of EU law on arbitration, I need to draw an analogy, and that analogy pops up in my mind. I'm sure you all love watching Netflix films, so do I. There is a Netflix production called Don't Look Up. It's a film about scientists who discover that a big comet is flying towards the Earth, and it's about to collide with the Earth and possibly extinguish the Earth. Now, these scientists, the US scientists, prudent as they are, they take it to the highest level of state officials. They go to the White House, raise the issue. But the person in charge in the White House is too busy with making the nation state great again and does not take actions. And society too seems to be somewhat disinterested. Now, I won't be a spoiler for those who haven't seen the film and tell you how it ends. But that's the analogy that comes to my mind when I think of EU law and arbitration. Now, it's not just 1782, James, that is a compulsory reference at arbitration conference. It's also Achmea. And you've probably heard a lot about Achmea at past conferences and in practice, and the impact it may have on and has on ISDS. It might not extinguish ISDS, but it does create scars, I think. Now, while Achmea is discussed quite frequently in the context of investment arbitration, EU law is less discussed in the context of commercial arbitrations, perhaps also because people take comfort in the fact that the CGU, the Court of Justice, drew a line in Achmea between investment arbitration and commercial arbitration. But there is a new judgment, a judgment issued in late 2023. It's called ISU, International Skating Union. And I would like to discuss this case a bit. The case concerned the International Skating Union. And like many other sport organizations, like FIFA, etc., the International Skating Union provides for authorization rules, setting out which national associations can organize skating competitions. So they exercise sort of a gateway role in deciding who can organize competitions. Those are the authorization rules. And then there are eligibility rules, which say what can happen to athletes who participate in events that are not authorized by the ISU. And then, and that's important for this conference, there is the statute of the ISU, which provides that the legal remedy for complaints against decisions of the ISU is arbitration, Court of Arbitration for Sports, seated in Switzerland. Now, athletes complained to the European Commission saying that the rules of the ISU breach EU competition law. And the EU Commission agreed. And what the EU Commission said is the ISU rules breach EU competition rules, and also the arbitration mechanism reinforces that breach of EU competition law. The case, the decision of the Commission was taken to the General Court of the EU, the first instance. The first instance said, yes, breach of competition law, but not in regard to the arbitration mechanism. And then came the Court of Justice. The Court of Justice agreed with the Commission. It said that the ISU rules breach competition law, but also the arbitration mechanism is not compatible with EU law. And it's a quite long judgment. The relevant parts for arbitration purposes are at paragraphs 188 and following. But the two key points are, the CGU said that where competition law, EU competition law is engaged, there is a need for an effective review by the annulment court, here the federal court in Switzerland. Effective review, effective is a very common word in EU law, and it's very frequently used by the Court of Justice. I suppose the CGU wants to say full review of compliance with competition law and whether the arbitral award properly considered competition law. That's the first point, perhaps controversial, but not that controversial, looking at other jurisdictions like Germany who said similar things. But the second point is that the review must take place within the judicial architecture of the EU, which means that the annulment court has to be in a position to refer questions of EU law to the CGU under Article 267 of the TFEU, which means jurisdictions not within the EU are excluded, as was in the case of ISU, because it provided for arbitration under the rules of the Court of Arbitration, seated in Switzerland, meaning that the federal court in Switzerland would decide on annulment cases. Now, there are two ways to read the judgment. There is one way, a narrow reading, to say that the judgment arises in a very niche area, sports law, a sports organization that sort of is in a, I'll put it simply, in a dominant position and can impose its own rules, including as to the legal remedies. And it only applies in this very specific context. But then there is the other way to read it. The other way to read it is to say it not only applies in this case and in this specific context, but more broadly for every possible case giving rise to matters of EU competition law. And if that reading were adopted, you would end up being required to agree to a seat in the European Union for all cases that might give rise to EU competition law matters. And where you don't do so, and the award issue, the tribunal not seated in the EU issues an award, it might end up not being enforceable in the EU, or one party may say this arbitration agreement is invalid and I would seize a national court to pursue my claim and perhaps give rise to anti-suit injunctions in London. So that's the two ways of reading it. I'm not giving a definitive answer as to which one is the better option to read it. I'm inclined to read it in a narrow way. But the point I'm making is that the European Commission and perhaps the Court of Justice are launching another comet, which might be colliding with the arbitration earth. And the Achmea judgment did not come wholly out of the blue. The European Commission had been pursuing its anti-ISDS policy for quite some time before the matter ended before the CGU. And here too, it seems that the EU Commission might be pursuing a policy and might have a recipient who is inclined to follow those arguments which are looking at matters exclusively from the perspective of EU law and not considering the benefits of arbitration. So the point I'm making is we as an arbitration community need to be quite aware of this judgment and aware of the policy the EU Commission might be pursuing, and we do have to look up.
Well, thanks very much, Sebastian. And I mean, I think this is something that those of you within the EU and those of us without the EU have to be very cognizant of. Some years ago, there was a case called Accentuate and Asigra in the English courts, where it was an agreement between a Canadian company and an English company when the UK was part of the EU, and it provided for arbitration in Canada, and the arbitrators failed to recognise the agent's directive, and that was appealed in England, and you know, you cannot get out of your EU obligations just by choosing an arbitration clause and choice of law outside the UK, or outside of Europe, should I say, to avoid the strictures of EU legislation. So very interesting.
And I think the case is from 2009, right? So it goes to the point that the sort of the issue or the problem is already there for some time.
Yeah, it does go back. So moving on from the EU side, we now come to the end of the story, if you like, and the baton is then referred back to the court in the sense that we're talking now about enforcement or annulment of the award. And Monique, you have been engaged in quite a project, and I think that there are copies of your wonderful paper available outside, should you, and I have read it, it was very interesting, on the issue of vacating awards and enforcement and the application of public policy. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yes, so I'm here, first of all, thank you to all for having me here, but I'm here to talk about public policy and how this concept has been interpreted by national courts in the last 10 years. No, so it's from 2010 to 2020. This is what I did with Karina Boltog and Roger Alford. We did an empirical research, so we scrutinized over 1,000 national court judgments that are available in cluearbitration.website.com, and we looked at various aspects. I was in charge of looking at public policy. And the short answer is that public policy is a catch-all provision that is being raised in 44% of the cases, so almost 1 out of 2, 1 out of 3 cases there's been an attempt to refute recognition or to set aside the award on that basis. However, public policy has been granted only in 1/5 of the cases, which means that it's true, it's been raised several times, but it's been granted only in fewer instances. I think that, and this is speaking in conjunction with what Sebastian just said, public policy is a very important tool to, if not overused, to reinforce legitimacy in commercial arbitration. One point is all our judgment concern, they are not on investment treaty cases, so they are just concerning, so they don't concern, they concern some of them state entities, but they are only in commercial, their judgment adopted in commercial cases. The first point is about the definition of public policy. So definition of public policy, we go back to the US case of 1974, Persons Whitmore, where it says that public policy is a concept that requires the violation of basic fundamentals of moral justice, morals or justice. Of course, now we might have to add EU law as part of public policy because this has been interpreted by the European Court of Justice. So first is the definition. The definition is very wide. It can be used as a channel to revise the merits of the award. This is what we should always fight against. This is an arbitration community, because the idea is that public policy is only to safeguard basic notions and not to give another ground to set aside or not, or to refuse enforcement of awards. The second point on public policy, what we have seen is that is used sometimes to, it's the notion of substantive public policy. So what are the rules of law that imply the violation of public policy, and very often, maybe more often, is used concerning procedural issues and whether there's been a violation of a procedural rule, the right of due process, equal footing for the parties, etc. Having seen so the issue of definition and how the court interpreted this work then looks at what has been defined by Professor Cordero-Moss, the maximalist or the minimalist approach. So once we define what is public policy, then we have to look at how the court addressed this issue. Did they adopt a minimalist approach, which means if the issue was raised in front of the arbitral tribunal, do they defer the decision to the arbitral tribunal, or do they have a maximalist approach, which means we do not care if the tribunal looked at the public policy points, we are the one who should really protect and safeguard these basic principles. And so the maximalist approach is when courts are taking a step by which they are protecting and saying they have the final say on the safeguard of basic principles. Having seen the court judgments, we can say that the tendency now is to give more value to the maximalist approach. So in a period where there's been a lot of discussion on legitimacy of arbitration, courts are trying to say we are the one who are protecting public policy. So even if this issue has been seen by the arbitrators, we will have a second look. And that, of course, is to be taken into account by the parties who are litigating in arbitration proceedings, because they might have to relitigate this in front of national courts. So looking at the cases that we looked, so the article selects the most relevant ones. So what we have seen. So we have seen the cases, for example, where they said that the award was impinging on national sovereignty. So there was a case before a US court where the award was saying that certain part of land was going to be given to the claimant and was allocating national resources that were in that piece of land to the claimant in that case. In that case, which again is about national sovereignty and the potential violation by an award of national sovereignty. So often, and this is also something that we are encountering more and more in practice, is that we have cases where the award is not simply damages, but the arbitrators are rendering specific performance awards and the like. In this case, often the issue that arises is, what if in rendering specific performance award reliefs, that is a violation of public policy, or you are really impinging on something where the arbitrator do not have jurisdiction on. So these are some of the cases. There were some cases on duress, because, for example, in that case, the respondent was forced to sign an arbitration clause in prison. And so they said this arbitration clause is without consent. We have cases on double recovery, and it's considered that the fact that the claimant got double recovery because they were pending proceedings was a violation of public policy. Other cases were, for example, for the violation of the agent directive, saying that if there is a violation of an agent directive, then this is something that concerns public policy. We haven't seen in those 10 years cases on violation of, for example, competition law. So this might well come, especially after what Sebastian has told us. There were cases about violation of due process, lack of notice. So, and this is a ground that actually was the higher ground in China to refuse enforcement, was that the initial act wasn't given proper notice to respondents, because of course they didn't engage into simply service of process. So this was other cases. And then, of course, what plays the major role are cases about corruption. So in cases about corruption, we have seen different approach, especially between French court and English courts, although the latest Nigeria versus national developments may be sort of correct the approach to that. So in the Alstom case, for example, we have seen a case where the French court said there was an issue of corruption. This was raised before the arbitral tribunal, but we are going to look at it again. So, of course, this is not just a maximalist approach, but it's also saying that in France, if you have a corruption alleged, you will relook at everything, which means that the court will have to, it's a new avenue to review the arbitration, even if this was raised in front of the tribunal. So it was in the same case, in the Alstom case in England. Instead, the English court adopted a different approach, saying this, we are not going to review the merits of the awards because this has been looked at by the tribunal. In the French court, what they stressed in the Alstom case was that in that case, there was a review, but you, by recognizing and enforcing that award, you would get that award tainted with illegality, becoming a French judgment. And that's why this couldn't be allowed then. With the English court, they said that in that case, the autonomy of the arbitration proceedings was as such that the party had their day in front of the arbitral tribunal. Of course, different approach was adopted in the recent case about the Nigeria case against NI development, PI developments. And in that case, of course, there was, but it was a different award, because in that case, the issue of corruption wasn't addressed by the tribunal. They were awarded damages in the region of 13 billion. There was corruption because there was money granted to the team of the respondents. The respondent didn't raise certain arguments, and it was granted a substantial award. And Nigeria found out later that there was corruption. So in that case, we cannot say that it's similar to other cases, because for sure it's a one-off, I would say. I mean, I'm sure Jonathan would say, I mean, we haven't seen this type of cases happening very often, but it is a one-off case. Another case, so another issue that I wanted to address, and this is more in the due process arena. So this is more substantive. We saw many cases concerning frauds, illegality, violation of sanctions, rule, etc. In the due process arena, we saw some cases also about Jura Novit Curia. So there, what we are saying to arbitrators is that you have to be careful when some arguments haven't been raised by the party. You have to make sure that the parties have an opportunity to discuss on them. So for example, there's been a recent cases in Singapore where the list of issues, so it's an ICC case, terms of reference, list of issues, very clear, and then the arbitrators do not follow the list of issues. So some list of issues get somehow out of the range. And so, and that is where the Singaporean court said that that award or that part, so that was an award partially set aside because the list of issues and the decision of the tribunal didn't coincide with what was put to them. So in part, the list of issues was interpreted as a, not even an infra petita, ultra petita, because it was a different issue that wasn't listed there, but could have been considered to be in the list of issues, at least that the arbitrators followed. So again, so on Jura Novit Curia, which is often a case, an issue that arises often in, I have to say this as a practical matter, is that often arbitrators are faced with a case that then develops, and somehow parties often are not as quick as to state what their position is on certain violation of rule of laws on certain issues. So so in conclusion, public policy is an important tool that cannot be undermined, but that on the other hand, it shouldn't be used as a way to revise the award. We have seen some cases where, for example, the applicable law on the merits wasn't followed, or there was a violation in the interpretation of certain provision, and the award was set aside. Of course, these are the type of case where we shouldn't, where public policy shouldn't be used, because the idea is really the safeguard of fundamental principles, not of every single rule of law.
Thank you very much. This is a very interesting area. We could talk about it all day. You referred to the different approaches of the English courts to the French courts, and of course that came up in a recent Supreme Court case called Kebabjai versus Cook Foods, where the English court, where again it was all about the law of the arbitration agreement. The tribunal said that French law should apply. It was an ICC arbitration. The common law tribunal member, Klaus Reinhardt, said it was the only time he's ever written a dissenting judgment, But the two civil lawyers said, well, French law applies to the suit against a non-party. And when it came to enforcement in England, the Supreme Court held that because it was the actual underlying agreement provided for English law, that would be deemed to be the law of the arbitration agreement, and therefore suing a non-party was not permissible, and they did not allow enforcement. Enforcement was refused. But the French courts went totally the other way. So, you know, it's very interesting. Some people refer to it as the new dollar. It's not quite the new dollar, but it just shows there are very different approaches, because I think that too involved règle publique in French law. So, you know, it's a game where, you know, public order and public policy comes into play. But, as you mentioned, the Nigerian case, which, if any of you here have not read it, is a tour de force of reading, and absolutely astonishing what went on in that case from many, many points of view. The extent of corruption that went on was eye-watering. And it gave rise to the question of whether the court is in a position to review a judgment, review an award quite long after it was issued, you know, because there's a time limit set under the Arbitration Act for doing so. But Justice Robin Knowles, who spoke yesterday, I believe, Karina was there at an event at the London International Disputes Week. I saw it on LinkedIn last night. I thought, Karina, what are you doing in London? You should be here in Bucharest. But you were at that event, I think. And Robin Knowles was there, and it's raised a lot of questions in England about corruption. And he did actually make a passing remark, is should we be concerned about corruption in arbitration? You know, is it endemic and such like? So much so that the Minister of Justice, Lord Bellamy, wrote to many of the institutes in England, many councils' chambers, saying, is this an issue that we should address in what was the arbitration bill? And by the way, the arbitration bill is now suspended because of the election in England. After all that work, it's really annoying, but there it is. But yeah, corruption, I mean, an amazing case. I mean, you've read this, I assume, James? I mean, what do you think that this issue of corruption coming out like this does say for, say, the courts in England? I mean, they were quick to look at it. Is this unusual, or do you think courts around the rest of the world would be quick to look at this sort of issue after the award has been rendered?
I mean, the issue of corruption writ large is an issue that the arbitration community has been grappling with for a very long time. I think the immediate aftermath of the PNID case was the bad press about arbitration and the lack of attention that had been paid at the in the hearing and questions around some of the professional responsibility issues. I think in the you mentioned the French. Monique mentioned the French developments. In the US, I mean, corruption comes up in various different ways. But the bases for reviewing an award and for a de novo review are fairly limited. So I think something like PNID doesn't have a large impact on the US and sort of a jurisprudential level. It's more about bad press about arbitration. I mean, the PNID case made the New York Times, which likes to write bad things about arbitration whenever possible. So I think it's more at a sort of a public perception level rather than changes in jurisprudence.
I mean, my own view is that it can happen in any type of dispute resolution, whether it be arbitration or litigation. Issues like this arise, and I don't think arbitration is necessarily any different. It's just unfortunate that it was that particular case that was being arbitrated where the corruption arose and was subsequently discovered. It doesn't say a great deal for the council who were representing PNID, but I don't think it's endemic in arbitration as such, myself, I don't know.
I don't think so I don't think it's endemic at all. I mean, I have to say, despite coming from a jurisdiction where we have seen a lot of corruption, I have never encountered anything like that. However, I think it is a call for all arbitrators to take a more active role. So I think that we have the instrument as arbitrators to act and to ask for evidence under any type of law, institutional law or not. So I think arbitrators should simply, at some point, maybe, I wouldn't say step up, but just be more interventionist. I don't know if if with the Prague rules, the same type of tribunal would have adopted a different result, but however, this calls for a more active role in the evidentiary phase. So not just step back and see what's happening.
So if it were Prague rules, you mean it'd be a more inquisitorial type of approach, whereas the sort of common law approach was just wait and see what the evidence is before us without that. I mean, I think that the arbitrators should have been a bit more alert. I'm saying that by way of understatement and mentioning their names because I have to go back to the UK. But but I do think, yes, we have to be diligent.
The other development, I guess, is that the institutions are getting more involved, the IBA, the ICC, we all have task forces working on these issues, partly to come up with guidelines for arbitrators so that they have sort of a checklist of issues that they can look at to try and be more careful.
More careful, yeah. Well, I think that what Robin Noel said yesterday, Corinne, is right. There's nothing wrong with arbitration. It's just that we must do more to make it better. And I think that's probably the tone which we should adopt in relation to arbitration. So we have come to the end of our session. So I would like to thank my wonderful speakers for their contribution. Thank you very much indeed. And I would like to thank you, the audience, as well for listening to us. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the very slight delay. I wasn't sure whether I was officially allowed to open the afternoon session. It's a pleasure to be back in Bucharest in this very vibrant arbitration community, and thank you to the organisers, to Cosmin and Karina, and everybody else who's involved in putting this event together, and a particular thank you, oh, I can see myself. Sorry, I got a bit of a fright there. For giving VIAC the opportunity to put this panel together. Our topic today, I don't know, is it possible to put up our background slide? Yeah, could we have that? Is no secret sorcery. So how arbitral institutions should appoint arbitrators. And I think this is the topic that is interesting for everyone. We heard some thoughts on it in the keynote already this morning. Any of you who are Harry Potter fans will recognize the hat on the screen. Those of you that are not Harry Potter fans and have no idea what this is and are thinking, who is this crazy lady who is putting a hat on a screen? This is the sorting hat, which is a magical hat at Hogwarts, which was used to determine which of the 4 houses were the best fit for each student. And the 4 houses are Gryffindor, the house of bravery, Hufflepuff, the house of hard work, Ravenclaw, the house of intelligence, and Slytherin, the house of ambition. And this sorting hat would normally be taken out of the headmaster's office at the sorting ceremony to decide which student goes into which house. So the criteria here are bravery, hard work, intelligence, and ambition. And I think if you think of those 4 criteria, they would probably fit for most of your arbitrators. Or as Professor Liu said this morning, don't appoint an idiot if you don't want an idiot. But a brave, hard-working, intelligent, and ambitious arbitrator would probably fit the bill. So today we're going to talk about what kind of criteria you want in an arbitrator, and more particularly what you want from an institution when they appoint arbitrators. And just to be clear, at VIAC we do not have a sorting hat. That is not how we choose arbitrators. But maybe by the end of it we will decide it's better to have a sorting hat. So before we get into the intricacies of our topic this morning, I'd like to introduce you, or this afternoon, introduce you to the panel very briefly. On my far left, we have Daniel Durante. He is a partner at, Daniel, I should have asked you how to pronounce the firm's name as opposed to your own name, at Patocci and Marzolini in Geneva. We'll go with that. Daniel specialises in the resolution of disputes involving civil engineering projects, construction of machinery for plants and advanced technical equipment, amongst others. And rather than giving you a big long list of what he does, I will tell you how the rankings describe him. They say he is in a class of his own. So moving on to his neighbour, Natascha Tunkel. She's a partner at Knutzel in Vienna. She has more than 10 years of experience in complex dispute resolution. She is currently a member of the VIAC Mediation Advisory Board and a big supporter of many of our projects at VIAC, in particular the CDRC mediation competition. And the rankings say that she is always clear and straightforward and always to the point. And I think any of you that know Natascha will underscore that, because that's also my experience of her. Then we have Oksana Karel, who is a senior foreign associate at Hogan Lovells. She splits her time between Poland and Germany, as all of us international arbitration practitioners do. She has over 12 years of experience in investment and commercial arbitration. She is a VIAC community ambassador for the Ukraine, so that is one of her most important roles in one of your hats, exactly, in my very biased opinion. And the rankings say that she has a great sense of judgment, and the day that she accepted the appointment as VIAC ambassador for Ukraine confirmed that to me. And then last but certainly not least, our local, Violetta Saranchuk, is a dispute resolution lawyer at a very well-known firm in Bucharest, Cosmin and Violetta's firm, that I will not dare try and pronounce the name of it to save you all the cringe moment. And she has extensive experience in many aspects of international arbitration. She is the VIAC ambassador for Romania. And the rankings say an awful lot about Violetta, including that she's a rising star in arbitration and her legal advice is consistently reliable. So now you have an idea of the experts that we have here on the panel. So we'll jump right into the topic, because I would also like to open the floor at the end to a little bit of a Q&A, because I feel like this is a topic that arbitrators can get passionate about, and it will be interesting to hear some views from the floor. And I've already had one or two indications that there are people in the audience who might have an opinion or two. So let's start off with the basics. So Natasha, if I may, the primary criteria used for selecting arbitrators. So if we maybe, before we talk about what the institutional approach is, what would you say is the classic council approach? Now we heard from Professor Liu this morning that there's a tendency in international arbitration to almost profile arbitrators to give it an indication of, you know, whether they're a letter of the law or whether they're otherwise. But could you maybe give us an idea from your council work as to what you want from an arbitrator, and then we can think about what the expectations are from the institution.
So I should have figured out this one first. Thank you for the introduction, and first thank you very much for having me here in Bucharest. It's a pleasure to be here and to talk to you on this subject. Baseline. I mean, you just said outspoken to the point. If you're counsel, you want an arbitrator who's going to hear your case and actually, you know, echo that case in the tribunal or understand where you're going. That's what you want, because you're there to win the case. And that's not a criteria per se, but that's what you want, just to put it in those words. And who am I to disagree with Julie and Lou in terms of don't choose an idiot, because you will get an idiot. And I also don't disagree with all the profiling. This is something that's done. I mean, we don't call it profiling. We like the more legal term of due diligence. But that is definitely something that we will, of course, also undertake. But I'm getting ahead of your question, which is what are we looking for? And I think what we're looking for is a lot of the points you already raised. Somebody who is reliable, and reliable is important. You know, we do often face situations where you might have an arbitrator who is not reliable in the sense of taking a long time to be responsive. You do want, you know, a certain amount of efficiency and speed there. Reliable also, however, in a certain amount of consistency. You know, if that's what you set out to do, then maybe that you should stay with that as well. Trust is a fact. Obviously, you know, knowledgeable of the legal aspects of the case. So all of those points are there. And you do, on top of that, you do your due diligence as well. But what do you want? You want somebody you can trust the decision of at the end of the day. So I think trust is a big point, and with that there's a lot of reliability. Maybe the ambition comes in with the way you efficiently handle your cases as well. There's a number of points in there, but those I think are indeed the baselines. I don't know if that, you know, approach is a different thing. Everyone has their own approach. Some people will just go by their gut feeling, and that's the end of their due diligence. If they've met the person and like the person, they think that's the right person. And others will actually go and scrutinize what that person has written, maybe get other opinions, find other sources to understand who you are actually appointing. Because I think this is an important sentence. We as counsel represent the client, and we're entrusting the client's case, the one that we represent, to the tribunal. That's what and this is a choice, and that's a big decisive difference, as we all know here as arbitration practitioners, to a court system where you just, you know, have to deal with whoever's in front of you, but we get to choose. And there's a lot of responsibility that goes with that.
Great. And from an institutional perspective, so, you know, the difference for the institution would be that we don't know necessarily what the respective case is. So we're not, if as an institution appointing, let's say, respondent's arbitrator or the chair because the parties can't agree, we don't know whether council would prefer somebody who is letter of the law, or we would prefer somebody with a more commercial approach. So when you're council and you're in a scenario whereby the parties haven't agreed and you have to leave it up to the institution, and I remember when I was doing council work, for me the holy grail of arbitrator appointment was you never let the institution appoint. I see that somewhat differently now in my new role, but what is it that you're looking for from the institution? So you can't expect the institution to know your case, but what do you expect the institution to reflect in their appointments?
I'm going to just take a sidestep on that, because I think you're touching on something that's also important, which is if the parties can't agree. Well, most of the time, parties can't agree on a presiding or a sole arbitrator. There's going to be very few cases where you have multiple parties on one side, so several claimants, several respondents who can't agree. Most of the time, you are actually looking at somebody who's going to represent or need to address the wishes of both parties. So I actually would take the position that you as an institution can't have exactly the same approach, because you are not doing this for one or the other side. You're doing it from the institutional perspective. So your approach necessarily has to be a different one. That does not mean to say that all the general points, is this somebody who's efficient? Is this somebody who, I don't know, is sound in several ways? I mean, this does not happen a lot, but if it happens to be someone that that 9 out of 10 awards are annulled, then maybe that is also not the best person to go with. All of those aspects, I think, are important, and they're really in your hands, and that's what I would expect. So I would probably, if you're being especially savvy, hope that if you look at a case, you will see what sector it's in. Let's take that in. So, I mean, it makes sense if it's whatever it may be, construction, aviation, you name it, to actually find somebody who has some sense of the sector. That makes sense. Then probably you also have a glance at the case. Sometimes you can tell if it's complex, and I don't mean the amount. The amount is one thing, but sometimes, small cases can be complex as well. So a sense of the experience needed to handle this, that might be something. And this is going to be risky. I don't know, I'm being streamed or we're being recorded. That's a big question now. But perhaps also you might have knowledge of who you're dealing with on council side. That can sometimes also be quite relevant regarding the choice, in terms of if you have two really, I don't know, litigious, parties, and there was a talk on the previous panel about, guerrilla tactics that just came in. If you know that these two are going to be at war, you might not want to take somebody who's a complete newbie to the circuit, because they might be overwhelmed with all the procedural issues that are ongoing at the same time. So that's something to consider. And there's one point I left out, which both council and the institution might want to consider if possible, and that is just to make sure that it's a balanced tribunal, and hopefully if it's like 3-member, that they might be able to work together as well. So maybe not intentionally put on somebody who is at odds with somebody else on that panel. That's already very subtle, but I actually think that's something also to keep in mind, perhaps, to some extent.
Super, thank you. It sounds like if we follow Natasha's recipe, we would have some fantastic tribunals, and I think I can underscore that at VIAC, that's what we also, many of that criteria will be taken into consideration. Violetta, would you like to add anything on that, or would you like to maybe reflect on the balance between representing the party's autonomy in arbitration selection, and then maybe the institution getting over involved in the selection of the suitable candidate?
Thank you, Neve. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's great to be here. So this is an important balance that has to be achieved at the beginning of the arbitration, and indeed to set out first the principle is that the party expect that the institution will comply with the party autonomy, with this cornerstone of arbitral proceedings. And party autonomy includes as well, in the systems where parties appoint arbitrators, which are the prevailing at the moment worldwide, parties as well expect that the party autonomy will include the freedom to choose and to nominate the arbitrator of their choice. However, that is not to say that the institution can't get involved in this selection process at the beginning. In this respect, also it's relevant that in the majority of the rules, the process starts with the nomination by the parties, then there's confirmation by the institution, and then there's the appointment. And the fact that after the nomination, confirmation follows, it's already a clear indication that the institution does have a right of veto or this prerogative to say, wait a minute, let's look at it closer. So that's at the general, looking generally at the arbitrator appointment process. But there are rules, arbitration rules, and also the VIAC arbitration rules provide specific indications of the fact that the institution has a say in the process of selecting and appointing the arbitrator, sometimes even against the party of autonomy. For example, just to think of three situations. One is the multi-party proceeding, when you can have several claimants, several respondents, and it is expected that the claimants on their side will jointly appoint an arbitrator, and the respondents on their side will also jointly appoint an arbitrator. However, it often happens that the parties that are on one side do not agree to appoint an arbitrator, and that's when the institution will step in. But there's the legacy of the Dutko case that led to provisions being implemented in the main arbitration rules, including in the VIAC rules. That's Article 18.4, where imagine that you have one claimant, but you have several respondents. The claimant has nominated an arbitrator. Respondents were not able to achieve consensus on a nominee. And at the end of the day, the question is that if the institution appoints appoints the arbitrator only for the respondents, there may be a problem of unequal treatment because the claimant had the opportunity to make a choice. So there's the provision where a VIAC can step in and decide what to do, either appoint an arbitrator on the part of the respondents, or appoint all the arbitrators on the tribunal if this is what is needed in order to achieve equal treatment. And that is, in fact, a situation in which the institution basically steps in, and there's a small clash with the party autonomy, especially with regard to the claimant who did make a choice and wanted that choice to succeed. Another situation is when the arbitral institution knows circumstances about the arbitrator that he or she has not disclosed. And that is a very interesting set of facts, because at the end of the day, the institution has to decide what to do. Of course, the institution has the information, that cannot provide that information to the parties directly due to confidentiality considerations. What I've seen, and I think it's good practice, first of all, for the institution not to turn a blind eye to this things occurring, and usually the institution will first try to communicate that to the arbitrator. I mean, this is just for you probably to confirm if that's what happened, but I see that as a best practice, and to encourage or strongly recommend that the arbitrator make the disclosure. It can be regarding previous appointments, any information that the institution has and the arbitrator hasn't disclosed. Then if the arbitrator does not make a full disclosure, then the institution, in my view, should also find a way to make the parties alert without providing the information itself, but making sure that the parties have had a chance to ask all the questions and all the clarifications on the statement made by the arbitrator. Another situation where and of course at the end of the day, if the institution feels that the arbitrator has not disclosed circumstances that are very important for the integrity of his appointment, then the institution retains, in exceptional cases, the possibility not to confirm, and that is also a provision in the VIAC rules. Another situation that probably institutions encounter is when they see that the party's choice is completely inadequate, and that might affect the quality of the arbitration, and that might even go to the reputation of the arbitral institution itself. And I think this is the most difficult and uncomfortable situation for the institution, because you really have to choose between whether or not to exercise the right prerogative to veto. In my opinion, the best practice that will strike the balance between party autonomy and the institutional attention to the case is that the institution makes sure that the parties have fully understood the qualifications of the arbitrator. Just from an example that comes to my mind is when the arbitration agreement contains a certain qualifications that the arbitrator chosen by the party does not meet. Well, in that case, it is not for the institution to decide that the arbitrator is not suitable for the case, but perhaps it's good practice for the arbitral institution to draw to the party's attention that the arbitrator had disclosed that information, and if they have any objection, that's the time to raise them. So I think that indeed party autonomy is an important rule of the arbitral proceedings, but at the same time, the stage of the constitution of the arbitral tribunal is a key moment when the arbitral institution should be alert and proactive as well, in order to prevent later room for various delays if the parties try to capitalize on various things that the arbitrator has perhaps not disclosed, or information that remained behind the scene.
Thank you, Violette, and I think I can underscore many of those statements. And I, like you said, the point in time of appointing the arbitral tribunal is essential, because it is the parties, it's the kind of holy grail of the process to pick the right arbitrators. And it's also the reason that my case managers are always very relieved once the file has been transferred to the arbitral tribunal, because then they already feel like, the first hurdle of the role of the institution has been achieved. Maybe just to follow up on one or two of the points that you made, and I think the one word that stuck out with me was uncomfortable. So some of those situations are actually quite uncomfortable for the institution, particularly if we become aware or are aware of circumstances that an arbitrator did not disclose something. And we have seen this recent cases where the institution was aware of circumstances that were not disclosed because of parallel cases or otherwise. And I consider it our obligation as an institution and a service to the parties to raise this with the arbitrators, because if this is not done, it will inevitably come out at some stage in the proceedings and will potentially end up in a challenge which will delay and disrupt the proceedings at a later stage. The issue, in fact, however, is that if the arbitrators do consider that they actually should disclose the relevant circumstances, is how this is communicated to the parties. Because I think it's uncomfortable or unfair for the parties if they cannot understand why the institution hasn't confirmed an arbitrator of their choice who in their mind didn't disclose circumstances. So I think it's important there to strike a balance and maybe just to keep the level of communication open with the parties. So in some of those recent cases, we actually asked the respective arbitrator to communicate to the parties that they were stepping down themselves for whether or not they would disclose the reasons. We left up to them, up to the individuals. However, it's difficult for the institution to simply not confirm and leave the parties in limbo because they can't justify why their choice of arbitrator hasn't been confirmed. And on the multi-party cases, I think that's a difficult one because if the institution has to step in and appoint all of the arbitrators, but I think the balance that has to be drawn is the communication with the parties, so that you're always acting in the interests of the parties and they're consenting to the process. So maybe moving on to transparency, Oksana. So if we consider all of these steps that are going on in the background, so to speak, so the period of time sometimes between when the parties or the arbitrators disclose circumstances, particularly when a tribunal is being constituted, and to the actual confirmation can be quite a long period of time, depending. And often I get the impression that the parties and even the co-arbitrators can be wondering a little bit like, what are these guys doing? You know, are they all having a siesta at the institution and have forgotten about my arbitration case? And so maybe can you shed a bit of light, pardon the pun, on how you consider how the institution should be more transparent or transparent in the arbitrator selection process?
That's a very good question, and I think you have already answered a bit what you do from your perspective, that you check the information which is available to you. In terms of transparency, I think we would all agree that there is a general trend to more transparency, because transparency helps us to a certain extent to achieve predictability as well. What do institutions do? I think that's a very, very broad question, because we have a lot of institutions, as we already have been told by Professor Liu today, and I would expect that more may come. The institutions are led by people. People have different background, cultural background, legal education, and first of all, they are people with all the biases, stereotypes, information, knowledge, and so on, human beings. I have experience under different rules of institutions, and what I see that the background cannot be underestimated. So it's for the council to have a look at what's going on what's the practice of the institution. Some institutions are more active, checking the information disclosed, checking the information that is available within the institution. Some institutions are less active. I would generally define three categories. So of the institutions in terms of what they do to achieve transparency in terms of disclosures. When we all receive, as potential arbitrators, when we all receive these disclosure forms, we can already see, depending on the institution, which information is required. So actually, we see already the questions. In terms of categories, I would divide into three. So there are institutions that have application or these disclosure forms for 1 page or even 2 pages. So let's say that require less detailed information. Then the second category is the institution that require quite detailed information with more detailed questions. And the third category is the institutions, for example, I would say like AAA arbitration, ICDR, they have many questions that you have to answer to. And then depending on the institution deals with information. I think I would not be a genius to say that depending on the type of information you get, you make the decision based on that information. How to achieve more transparency in terms from the institution? I think there is only one way, which is communication, by safeguarding confidentiality, because the parties come to arbitration because of confidentiality, among other reasons.
Thank you. I mean, on the transparency point, I might just add that I think a lot of institutions have the arbitrators listed on their website, the ones that have been appointed, so that to comfort users that you know, there's not a numerous amount of repeat appointments. And I think in general, institutions are quite open about what the process is, how they address, how the selection is made. At VIAC, we usually have a subcommittee of 2 board members who will look at the individual case and then make a proposal to the board. And then the board, with 17 members, will review the case and discuss internally on each individual candidate, which is quite time consuming, but I think quite effective. And as we always say, particularly when we have cases with lower amounts in dispute, just because it's lower and comparable to maybe some of the other cases that we have, it's for some party, it's their case and it's important. So each case gets individual attention. But you touched on the disclosures, Oksana, and what, you know, what it is that arbitrators should be disclosing, and we heard a bit about this already this morning. Should arbitrators be erring on the side of caution? Is the onus, like you were saying, on the institution to ask all of these questions, or should we presume that we are in an arbitration community whereby it's fair to expect our colleagues and arbitrators to disclose circumstances that are relevant? Daniel, do you have any thoughts on disclosures?
Yes, I do, and thank you for the question, and thank you also to the organizers for having me. So yes, about disclosures, it was funny that I got this question, because I think that this is really where institutions can do much more compared to what they are doing now, because at least this is my opinion. It seems to me that disclosures, we all know more or less what we need to disclose, but then when it comes to actually the nitty-gritty details of the disclosures, that is where I think that there is not a standardized approach. And so this is where I think institutions might play and should play an important role. And there is, of course, also a point in being consistent among institutions, because we're all aware, for example, of the difference that you find in the IBA guidelines, where you are supposed to disclose the fact if you've been appointed more than 3 times by the same law firm over the past years, and then you look at the ICC note and paragraph 27, last bullet point, and it says just in the past. And so it doesn't say when, and perhaps you could then shed light on what VIAC does in that respect. But so this problem, the fact that nobody, I believe, applies these disclosures mechanism in a consistent way, makes it such that you have certain practitioners, and you said it, who are going to err on the side of caution and make a disclosure which is absolutely trivial, but that leads the institution not to appoint that person. And also in that respect, there is a difference between institution A, B, C, and D. So this is where, again, I think it would be really important for the institutions to perhaps get together and make sure that we all apply the same standards, because we all agree on the rule, but then what we actually need to disclose, that is a different topic. And I'm not talking about the circumstances that warrant a disclosure. That is not up for discussion. But we are now in a world where transparency is king. And so should we disclose that we sat with Mrs. A in a tribunal 3 years ago? No, as a matter of principle, but isn't that something that the parties maybe nowadays want to know, and that the institution might want to know? And so that would be, let's say, the beginning of an answer, but I don't purport to have the final solution.
Thanks, Daniel. I think what we see at VIAC is a very varied approach to disclosures. So it usually very much depends, I think, also on the experience of the arbitrator, to what extent they disclose circumstances. And from an institutional perspective, if the institution is appointing an arbitrator for a party, and the candidate discloses circumstances, it will err on the side of caution. So if there's any chance that this disclosure, even if the parties don't comment on it, could cause an issue, the institution will not appoint. So I think, I mean, the message will be to be very careful about the types of disclosures that one makes. And maybe that brings us on to the next topic, Violetta. And the previous panel talked about ethical guidelines and codes of conduct. And I think when we talk about the IBA guidelines, I don't think I've ever seen a case that actually exactly fits on one of the orange list or the green list or the red list. It's always some kind of weird in-between colour that is not on there. So to what extent do you think the guidelines and the codes of conduct help us in the integrity of arbitration appointments?
Even if these guidelines do not cover all sorts of situations potentially that can potentially occur in real life, nevertheless they are very helpful, because imagine what it would be not to have them, not to have any sort of guidance on what's the best practice. And in fact, these soft law instruments play an important role in bridging the gap between different legal cultures and also different legal systems. And I have been several times surprised to witness how even within related legal systems, or even within the same region, or even in the same legal system, so in the same country, people have different expectations as to what is the standard for disclosure, what is the standard for a challenge. Many crossover from litigation and come with the rules from the codes of civil procedure that provide for the integrity of the judges, and that adds to this to this colorful spectrum of various possibilities. So it is very useful to have at least an instrument that provides a green list, that you know that there are several trivial situations that need not be disclosed. And that the institution or the parties, the arbitrator in the institution, if there's green light, can go ahead. So that's, I think, very, very, very helpful. On the other side, the idea of always being cautious, and better overly cautious than not sufficiently cautious, I think this also often leads to procedural paranoia, which is the other extreme. If there's uncertainty, if there are no metrics, and we don't know exactly what is expected in respect of disclosure, then this leads to excessive attention being given to disclosing certain facts that are not relevant, and that goes to ground for the other party to file various challenges that are obviously unfounded. So that is at the expense of the parties' time and effort at the end of the day. So this is, I think, where the various ethical guidelines come to play a very important role. And besides everything that has been discussed in the panel, in the first panel of this conference, I think that an important note to make today is that recently we also have, since February, adopted the UNCITRAL Code of Conduct for Arbitrators in International Investment Dispute Resolution, which is one of the results of the work of UNCITRAL Working Group 3 on the reform in ISDS. And while it does not bring some groundbreaking changes to the system or to the standards that were already widely accepted, it is a useful instrument for the investment disputes. And for example, just to give an indication of what type of rules this code provides, very interesting Article 4 refers to limiting multiple roles. the old story about double hatting and what to do with that in the investment arbitration context. And it now covers also the issue conflict situations. So basically, in the understanding of this code, an arbitrator cannot act concurrently as a legal representative or expert on the same, in proceedings regarding the same measures, or the same or related parties, or the same or related the same provisions in the same instrument of consent. So it's quite specific, and it also provides for some sort of limitation periods for this conflict situations, in the sense that in case of the same measures for another 3 years, the arbitrator cannot act as a legal representative or witness for the same parties 3 years, and for the same provisions 1 year. So I think that these metrics are very useful to the efficiency of the proceedings, so that everyone has a standard against which to decide what needs to be disclosed, what are the grounds that will lead to a successful challenge, and so on and so forth.
Thanks, Violetta. I think the ethical guidelines and codes of conduct, we probably couldn't live without them, but what we also need is a healthy dose of common sense when it comes to the use of them, and the types of disclosures that are made, and maybe also the formulation of certain disclosures, so that when an arbitrator discloses circumstance, it is entirely clear what the actual circumstance is. I have been in situations where it's actually kind of unclear what the relationship is, or what the scenario was, and that's not exactly an ideal disclosure statement to make, and leaves the institution and probably the parties more confused than they were before the disclosure was made. So if we have a situation then where we've passed this initial disclosure hurdle, and we obviously want the arbitrators to maintain impartiality and independence throughout the entire proceeding. Oksana, from your perspective, where do you could give us a double take on this? So from a counsel's point of view, when you're observing the arbitrators throughout the proceedings, but maybe also, is there a point in time where you think the institution also has some obligation to ensure that there is an integrity throughout the entire proceeding?
I would say that it would be good for the institution to remind the arbitrators of their duties, because we all know that arbitration proceedings may last for some time, and the case develops and new facts are discovered. As you have already mentioned, the institution at the very beginning does not know the case, and I would say from the counsel perspective, the parties may not know all the case, because the cases are becoming more and more complex, more and more facts need to be digested, legal positions searched, and so on. So I think from the institution perspective, it would be good just to remind from time to time the arbitrator that they have this obligation. So at least as an arbitrator, you receive this information, this would be a trigger for you. Okay, let's check, maybe something has changed, maybe not, and it could be a good point of time to do that. So I would expect that the arbitral institutions just remind of this obligation, the arbitrators. What the arbitrators can do, of course, arbitrators are people, and the arbitrators have different backgrounds. Some arbitrators are from big law firms, which may have more complex procedures in terms of conflicts, updating information, sending information to the respective partner or lawyer within the firm, and it will be already a trigger to double check whether the information received has any influence on the impartiality and independence in the proceedings that the person is acting as arbitrator in. But there are also other cases where there is an individual acting as arbitrator, for example, an engineer in construction cases, which may not be that well aware of all these proceedings of the procedure. So that's why I think that with this background, the institution can only do just let them know what the duty is, or maybe provide also some guidance what needs to be done. But again, in terms of guidance, it all depends on the institution and the background. Some institutions are more active, some legal cultures require the arbitrator to be more active, others quite vice versa. So there is no one way how to deal with it, but I think the common approach could be just communicate that there is a duty to maintain impartiality and independence, and then maybe it will trigger a double check within the arbitrators.
I think that brings us to the point where the institution again is in the uncomfortable position that it has to follow up with arbitrators, just like we often get into the uncomfortable position that we have to remind arbitrators to draft their award so that it will be delivered to the parties on time. But I have an institutional colleague in Rome who told me that if you're popular with the arbitrators and the parties, you're doing something wrong. So I guess that's the role, to be uncomfortable. Natasha and Daniel, would you have anything to add on how to detect and address conflicts throughout the proceedings?
Let me give you at least one point. So we're used as lawyers, we are fully accustomed to the conflicts of check. So we know how to do this, but that is usually done with regard to the parties. In arbitration, we are in a very peculiar situation, because that information is not necessarily enough, precisely because of, for example, what the IBA rules say we should disclose or not disclose. And so it is important, I think, and this is where I don't see that this is applied throughout across the board, is to make sure that the system is not just fed with the name of the parties and the affiliates, however we want to define them, but also the names of counsel of record, their law firms, and the arbitrators sitting on that tribunal. And so this is especially with some law firms. It happened to me that I asked the question, but how many times have you been appointed by this law firm? And the answer was, I don't know. I mean, I would really need to dig and check. I said, okay, well, then dig and check, please, because it is important. So maybe it's a very practical matter. It's just making sure that the system is not just fed with the basics, which is the name of the parties, but also with the rest of the information that is then necessary for the purposes of the disclosure, and to avoid then conflicts of interest down the road.
I think what I'd like to add on is just highlight some of the nuances that we've all been speaking about. And I think one of the points I made in the introduction was, I mentioned trust a couple of times, and I think I'll put to you, why did I mention trust? It's because if you trust something, that you have a certain amount of confidence in it, and you do it because you think that person is competent and X, Y, Z. Now, this community here is specialized, and so most of the people know what they're doing. But let's not forget that we also have scenarios where people come to arbitration, counsel come to arbitration, parties come to arbitration, who don't have that same extent of experience. And so what are they supposed to trust? And they don't have the experience or the benefit, for example, of this panel and this community. What are they supposed to trust? They can only rely on information. And this is where it gets tricky, because we've heard about nuances here. We've heard about, if I go to extremes, some arbitrators erring on the side of caution, disclosing, saw somebody across the road, they waved, whatever it might have been. Could be something there. And people not disclosing multiple appointments, parallel proceedings. What are we supposed to trust, and what can we rely on? And there's another, that's where an important difference comes in. There's a difference between information that an arbitrator should disclose on the one hand, and then perhaps a certain amount of information that I might be able to get otherwise. For example, is he or she competent, I don't know, in the field, in the sector? Do they speak the language? Are they available? Which is, by the way, also an important factor to disclose how many arbitrations you do have running, how much time can you invest, how much attention are you going to pay to the current proceedings. And that there's certain information I might not be able to get elsewhere, and especially when it comes to disclosures, I have to rely on the arbitrator ultimately in very many cases. I mean, of course, we all still do due diligence and we check, all the appointments and everything we can find online. And by now, there's a lot of information you can find online. But nonetheless, I think that's a difference to make. And there, I do think the role of the institution in assisting counsel and parties would be to make sure that as much information is available as possible in order for everyone to be making an informed decision on this. It ties into also what Oksana said, perhaps we should be asking those questions. And yes, it's not no fun filling out those questionnaires, I get that. But maybe by asking the question, we're nudging people to go back and reconsider. Just raising the awareness, and that I think is also something that an institution does. And for obvious reasons, I'm associated with VIAC, so I know what they do, and I know that they take good care with this. So you're in good hands there, but this may not be the same across the board. But if there's room to be even better, then I think it's making sure you collect the information, you give the right nudges, and help everyone make the same informed decision. It was sort of a level playing field, perhaps, to some extent.
Exactly, level playing field was just what I was thinking of. You took the words right out of my mouth, that I think that's the trust that you have to have in the institution, that it is the institution's role to maybe nudge the arbitrators and make sure that everything is put out there at the outset of the arbitration. That's the time when all of these things should be discussed, so that as soon as, like I said, when the case managers breathe a sigh of relief and the file is handed over to the tribunal, they can get to work and get down to the nitty-gritty. But I feel like Violetta, you wanted to add something.
Yeah, I was wondering if VIAC is, when making or having this communication with the arbitrators, if VIAC is relying on the standards in the IBA guidelines, or are there any other considerations? Because I know that, for example, in deciding on the challenges, I think you always provide reasons to the decisions, and you generally refer to the IBA guidelines. Is this the source of your...
Yes. So we refer to the IBA guidelines, and on the challenges, we're not actually per se, according to the rules, obliged to provide a reasoning, but it has become practice to provide the parties with reasoning, because I think it's very frustrating for parties to receive a letter saying your arbitrator has been removed. Have a nice proceeding. So I think it is, and particularly coming from the counsel perspective, I do appreciate the role that, maybe as counsel you might have to justify this to your client, and to say, so VIAC sent us a 3-liner saying the arbitrator has been removed, we're back to square one, might be a little bit frustrating. Daniel.
If I may, another question. I mean, if VIAC were to receive a statement of impartiality and independence by an arbitrator, by a prospective arbitrator, and there is or there is not a disclosure, but from your internal files that there is a mistake. I mean, is it something that has already happened? Would you not send? Would you, let's say, withhold that statement and not sending it over to the parties, and maybe first contact the arbitrator and say, well, you might have forgotten something?
Yes, so we would generally raise it with the arbitrator. And like I said, again, uncomfortable scenario where you have to maybe give an arbitrator a nudge to reconsider that maybe there might be something relevant that they want to disclose. And I think, it's an uncomfortable situation for everyone then, but in the long run, you're not doing anyone any favors by letting it proceed and turning a blind eye and presuming that, everyone is an adult and a professional, and that's the role of the institution, I guess, to provide that framework and guidelines. Just to maybe move on to the challenges of choosing the right arbitrator. And sometimes I have a joke internally where I say, I think for this particular case, the arbitrator has not yet been born. And we had a party recently, I was telling Natasha about this, that the parties' criteria, they said we can't agree on the sole arbitrator, but the sole arbitrator should be not a US citizen, not a UK citizen, not an English citizen, so very specific, and not an EU citizen. And my poor case manager came into my office and she said, and that leaves Switzerland
Yes,
and Switzerland and any country outside of the European Union within Central Eastern Europe. So, you know, parties can be quite specific about their criteria, and maybe there's a language requirement in there that is difficult, or they might have a specific idea that they want somebody with a certain background, with a certain language skill, but that does not sit in the respective country because of particular sensitivities. I'm not sure whether Natasha or Daniel were maybe I'll go with you, Natasha. Do you have any thoughts on how, I mean, you know, as counsel, how you deal with trying to find an arbitrator, and we also see this at the institution, of course, the party counsel requesting extensions because they can't find the arbitrator either that hasn't been born yet. But do you have any thoughts on how institutions can tackle those kind of challenges?
Well, ultimately, I think it's a common sense situation. And then I think there's something, especially because we're talking about this one case, and I remember a situation where, I'll be honest, as counsel, I have also described scenarios which only leave one option. I just didn't say what I wanted. I just cancelled out everything else. It's a strategy as well, and just, you know, be aware of it. It's what we do. It's what, you know, we don't come out and say, give me Ukrainian or Swiss, but tell you what I don't want in order to reach the same goal. So I think that's perhaps that's stating the obvious, but just be aware, of course, there's strategy behind that as well in very, very many cases. But there are, of course, scenarios where it is more complicated, and how to go about it, I think it is ultimately common sense. And this is a part where I would suggest it sometimes makes sense to really, and I think an institution is in a better position to do this, to have this type of conversation early on with counsel to say, listen, this is what you've wanted to ask. And there's a German saying, so you've asked for a hot lollipop, which is, you know, not really workable. It's not going to be doable. Can you prioritize? Can we, you know, let's go about this, because obviously you need an arbitrator, you want an arbitrator, and what is the most important on this list? Let's just, you know, work our way through and then find the most suitable candidate. And I think that's a pragmatic and common sense approach. And I think that's okay for an institution to have. I don't think you have to come in there and be the arbitrator and here, you know, you have comments now, you have comments, and, you know, and also due process paranoia. I think you can have a down-to-earth conversation on that.
Daniel, do you want to add anything, or?
On the challenges, you mean? One of the challenges could also be conflicts of interest, and making sure that we appoint that we have a pool that is sufficiently big in order to appoint new persons. And so that is a challenge that can be overcome by making sure that there are maybe some form of databases that are being constantly updated with newcomers who at some point will need to start and then who might become perfect candidates, and who are not necessarily in some of the go-to firms that we would all think of when looking for an arbitrator.
Absolutely, and we have an open list of practitioners, so I think that's also really important, and we've really tried in the last 2 years to expand that list and encourage arbitrators to join the list, because it obviously makes our life a lot easier when we're looking for candidates if we have the broader and more diverse a list we have. Violetta, did you want to add something before we move on?
Yeah, actually, I wanted to add on the point mentioned by, I think by Natasha, it was mentioned that sometimes perhaps by you, that sometimes the requirements of the parties in respect of the qualifications of the arbitrator are very difficult to meet. But I think that this is where the arbitral institution, again, being proactive, could this time refer or go back to the party autonomy and ask the parties to reconsider, because that's what they agreed. They can at any time adjust their agreement if they want to uphold the enforceability of the arbitration agreement. So if the arbitral institution gets back to the parties and convinces them to renounce at some of those impossible requirements, then I think this is also an important role, especially where the parties are not necessarily experienced and cannot or don't feel that this is something that they can do at that stage when the proceedings have already commenced.
Absolutely. I mean, if you have, I think, reasonable counsel on each side, that can work. In my scenario, it would obviously be not ideal if you go back to the parties and they say we don't want a Swiss candidate either. Then you're really scraping at the bottom of the barrel. So let's maybe move on now to, I always think it can't be an arbitration event without speaking about artificial intelligence and or diversity. And since we have a very diverse panel and Daniel is our token male, I'd like to briefly touch on the ERA pledge and on diverse appointments. And Oksana, I'd maybe invite you to give us your thoughts on what institutions have been doing. I think we've been doing quite well in getting our 50-50 appointments, but maybe you have some thoughts on what more we can do.
Thanks. That's a very good question. I think I can tell that the institutions, so let's say when I started doing arbitration many years ago, the arbitration was not that transparent in terms of appointments and in particular in terms of diversity. So we received, as if I recall correctly, this general statistics was like the number of appointments and maybe the nationality, and that's pretty it. Now the institutions have changed the approach a lot because of the transparency demand coming from customers of the arbitration, from the clients, from counsel, and from the arbitration practitioners. We now have more and more reports on diversity. My personal view is that when we say diversity so far, it means gender diversity. So I think we still lack some information and transparency on other issues. But we already see more and more coming, and I see that the arbitration community itself has become more proactive. We have now more and more resources to get information about the arbitration practitioners, and as you mentioned, ERA pledged towards a major milestone, which actually has driven that we now have a compendium of women arbitration practitioners all around the world, which helps work with that. I have checked a recent report which was published, I think, last year, end of last year. It was called The Usual Suspects, Decision-Making in Arbitrator Selection, which was done by Cortex Capital. I like data. Before doing anything, I always check whether anyone else has already done that. I think my guilty pleasure is being lazy. So I have checked the report to see what's first, to understand how the decision-making is done before answering what could be done to increase diversity. And I have actually just reconfirmed my experience that I have. The gender issue is not a #1 criteria for decision-making. For decision-making, how to select the arbitrator, first, what is taken into account is the experience, expertise in certain types of disputes, availability, knowledge of languages, and so on. And actually, this does not relate to gender or to nationality and other issues. So it relates to the expertise. What institutions can do in that regard, I think that's what you already have done with your VIA-CAN initiative, and what can other institutions all do is just to provide platforms to different arbitration practitioners, so in particular women, if we talk about gender diversity, to showcase their expertise, to showcase their experience, their language skills, and so on. So you can be the, let's say, you can bridge the gap between the customers and the arbitration practitioners. But what also the institutions could do, the institutions, I think, could do more work in terms of talking to business. Because, of course, I think nowadays council are driving the proceedings in terms of arbitration selection, so clients are less experienced with that, but it of course depends on the client. There are major corporations who deal with arbitrations on a daily basis, so they, I think, already have their own database and their own experience, but still there are still businesses that are less aware what arbitration is, how to select arbitrator, and so on. So, and what we see in terms of business, the trend is now to comply with, to have first ESG policies and comply with them. So when we talk about ESG, we usually think of climate change, environmental, but ESG, S is for social. So it can be part of the business policy to increase diversity when it comes to disputes and in particular arbitrations, for example. So institutions could just talk more to business and sell the idea that it is in compliance with your ESG goals.
Absolutely, and I think what we've also done is, it's a slightly different aspect, is we've also looked at in our statistics last year the types of cases that women have been appointed on. So if you look at our statistics on the website, you'll see that in the bigger value disputes there are potentially unsurprisingly more male arbitrators than female arbitrators. So that's also something that I think we've become aware of in the institution, something that we need to work on. And before, we're just aware of time here. So when we talk about diversity, we don't obviously only talk about gender diversity, but also about geographical diversity. And I think it fits quite well that we're sitting here in Bucharest. And ARB-CEE, I believe, was launched last year. Violetta, I'll let you enlighten us on that, to provide a platform for the many talented arbitrators, both male and female, in Central and Eastern Europe. And Violetta, just give you the opportunity to maybe mention that briefly, and also to enlighten us on how institutions can actually benefit from initiatives such as ARB-CEE when they're looking for suitable arbitrators.
I think the key here is that an arbitral institution, in order to enlarge the pool of eligible arbitrators, has to explore the market. So it has to be present, just like you do. Get out of the office and go and see people in different jurisdictions, see what are the options, so that you have a diverse list of arbitrators from where you can appoint when the arbitral institution is in a position to do that. And initiatives, independent initiatives such as ARB-CEE, are connecting activities that can support, among other things, not just the community, but also the institutional part. So the institutions, by giving relevant information, by giving platform for younger or for practitioners from different jurisdictions to show their skills, so that they can be on the radar of the institutions. Another thing that in my opinion, is a positive signal sent by the institution, especially by one that has ambitions for regional or even international outreach, is to have a diverse appointing authority. I think that's a very important signal sent. For example, if I understand correctly, at VIAC, you have the board, and you also have on the board members from the wider CE region. So that's, I think, as in at any table, you need to have diverse people in order to make sure that the decision is taken after considering all perspectives. I think being proactive and knowing the market is the most important for arbitral institutions.
Super, thank you, Violetta. And Lucia Ramanova and Veronica Coram are some of the ladies that we have on the board that certainly represent the region and are in themselves forces of nature. So I did promise that we wouldn't talk about artificial intelligence, and I would like to invite the panel just before we wrap up. If it's a thing that the sorting hat is not actually the future of how arbitrators should be appointed, do any of you have thoughts on how in the future could we potentially be using technology to assist us in appointing arbitrators? Are there tools out there, the sorting hat in the form of an app or otherwise, that will help us in the future? So maybe in many years to come, we'll think this conversation was cute, and it's a very different approach that we take.
I'll let Daniel go first.
Okay, for diversity purposes, I must thank the ERA pledge, because that's the reason why I'm here. No, jokes aside. Well, I think that to some extent the future is already here, insofar as we already have these arbitrator intelligent databases, and these databases are growing in size as we speak. And so in the future, I would probably see more information being available to counsel and the parties, and more information will mean a more informed decision. And so that is where I see the future going. I promised that I would be short, so I'm stopping here.
Yeah, so I agree. We're not really talking about the future. This can all be done. And if there's one wish I might have, though, and I'm coming back to my trust theme, I realize I have an overarching theme, and that is there's a difference. There's one big difference if you actually go into completely predictive methods and just classical data analysis, and that is the reasoning, the basis, and maybe this is the lawyer in me speaking up, but I don't want a black box result. I don't want the data that, I don't know, says your choice. Photo of me with pink shirt, photo of me with a cake, photo of me with a goldfish. This arbitrator will decide X, Y, Z. And the thing is, it's not even going to say it's on the basis. It will have collected the data, digested it, and it will be a black box. And a black box is not reasoning. And that is something where I do see an issue. And I think it's something to be a bit careful of. I embrace all the possibilities we have with AI, but I do think that especially in the field we work in, a basis for a decision would be good. And I know gut feeling also isn't much of one, but it's your own, so at least you know so you get a sense of where it's coming from. Black box is more of an issue. And there's one last thing I'd like to say, because you mentioned it, and I'd just like to nudge everyone in the audience. Do put your names out there. Most of you have enrolled on lists, but do write to VIAC, do send your CV, do open up the pool, because you need to be out there to be chosen ultimately, and do pass it on, most importantly, to the next generation, because I think that's one point I'd like to really encourage diversity. We always talk about experience. Experience is important, but each and every one of us had to start getting experience at some point, so let's encourage that as well.
I can only add that I would say that artificial intelligence and all these databases, tools are not the future. It's already present time, but still they are tools, meaning they are additional tools. Decision making is made by human being, by clients, by counsel, by people. We have a lot of data, but still what I experience and what this research, usual suspects confirmed, the first thing when you think, okay, who should be the perfect arbitrator, you think, okay, who do I trust? Who shall I talk to? And you go to your counsel. If it's a corporate lawyer, for example, within the big law firm, the corporate lawyer comes to the arbitration lawyer and asks, okay, who shall I go to? So it's all people's world, and I don't think that artificial intelligence will be the main tool. It's an additional source of information, structured information, where you have sort of criteria and you just double check, okay, the person knows language, has experience, these cases are coming from these institutions, you know, this and this, but still you have this gut feeling, okay, does this person match my case? Can I expect that this person will work? And there are still rumors on the market. They are not in the database. I don't expect that someone would put in the database that the arbitrator was not available for a couple of months to write the award. I would not expect this information to get in the database, but let's see. We don't know what the future brings.
Renata?
I think the artificial intelligence tools, they really offer a great assistance to council and parties in the selection process. However, just to remind what we already all know, that there is an unequal access to this information, because usually these tools are available by paid membership, and only probably a certain type of firms, law firms, have access to them. And take the example of state-owned parties that, for example, at the beginning of the proceedings usually or often are not represented by counsel yet, so will most probably not have access to that kind of technology. Just something to bear in mind, and maybe there will be a discussion on this as well on a different occasion.
Thank you all. So I think we're safe to say that we're safe for another few years when it comes to the choice of arbitrator. I believe that we have completed the panel just on the minute. I was hoping that we'd have another minute to open to the audience, but I won't disrespect the timing of the organisers. So I would invite you all to come afterwards and agree or disagree with any of the statements that we have made during this panel. And that just leaves me to thank the wonderful panelists for their input and to thank the organisers again for the opportunity to speak, and you all for your attention.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a great honor for me to be here and moderate this panel on challenges regarding evidence in international arbitration. Let me first introduce the panelists very quickly and then say a few words about how we organized our panel for today. To my left, you have Davin Roysing, who is a partner at the Bro Blackstone Westbrook in the Netherlands. She acts as counsel in arbitrations, and she has specialized in climate change planning in her practice. Next to Davin, you will find Scott Bezel. Scott is a partner at Three Crowns in Washington, DC, but I understand that you spent some time also in London and spent time in Bahrain. I gather with Mr. Paulson in that region. He also previously served as the U.S. Department of State at the U.S. Department of State and at the OSCE Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights in Warsaw. Then next to Scott, we have Christopher Bogg. Christopher is a partner at Schellenberg Whitmer and very well-known counsel and arbitrator as well. And Christopher is also the president of the Swiss Arbitration Center right now. And last but not least, we have Marc-Olivier Langlois, coming from the beautiful city of Paris. He's a partner at King & Spalding in the Paris office, and he specializes especially in international arbitrations in the energy and more especially in the construction sector. Marc-Olivier is also a vice president of FIA, which is a wonderful institution providing for training for advocacy in international arbitration. So we decided to organize our panel having as a guide problems or difficult issues regarding evidence in international arbitration. And we organized our panel from general challenges and then more specific challenges. Unfortunately, the most specific challenge, which was about expert evidence, will not be possible to address today because Michael, who was intended to be in the panel, cannot make it for a small personal issue. Hopefully he'll be with all of us tomorrow during the conference. And our first issue will be addressed by Christopher. Christopher will address from a critical standpoint the way in which evidence is presented in international arbitration. Christopher.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the organizers. I must admit I've never been to a conference where I got applause before we even started. Very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. And of course, we all hope that we can live up to the task. As Eduardo said, I've been tasked with criticizing to some extent the way we deal with expert evidence in international arbitration, or maybe to put it slightly more positively, to look a little bit into the future of how we deal with evidence in international arbitration. Much has been said in recent years about the topic of how we deal with expert evidence and witness evidence and other evidence in international arbitration, focusing, of course, a lot on witness evidence and what witness evidence is actually worth. I'm going to focus on a slightly different aspect today, and that is the following. In the wake, or also in the wake, I should say, of diversity and inclusion, we are increasingly appointing younger arbitrators. Great, most of you would probably say, and of course, I agree with that. But to maybe be a little bit provocative, is that also becoming a problem? Why on earth would it be a problem, you might ask? And I would say because of the manner in which we deal or we present evidence to arbitrators. And here is what I mean by that. If we look at science, science tells us that with every generation, attention span of human beings is getting shorter and shorter. Attention span being the length of time for which a person is able to concentrate on a particular activity or subject before becoming distracted. Now, I'm going to out myself as being Gen X. I'm said to have an attention span of around 15 seconds. So-called silent generation, born roughly between 1925 and 45, had an attention span of 25 seconds. Boomers, the generation before mine, had one of 20 seconds. Millennials, the generation after mine, which of course is making up our young guard of arbitrators these days, has an average attention span of 12 seconds. Gen Z is said to have an average attention span of no more than 8 seconds. They are tech-savvy, hyper-connected, and considered to be the first generation of digital natives, and they are our next generation of arbitrators. There's a 2015 study by Microsoft which found that the average human attention span dropped from 12 seconds in the year 2000 to just 8 seconds in 2013. Ladies and gentlemen, that is, I read, less than the attention span of a goldfish. And with the further proliferation of smartphones and social media platforms like TikTok, Instagram Reels, or YouTube Shorts, which, as we all know, feature videos of about 15 seconds, it's quite likely that attention spans have decreased even less since 2013. So that's the science, but how is that relevant to what we are discussing here today, you might ask? Well, as future arbitrators become accustomed to consuming content in very brief, bite-sized chunks, they may struggle in more extended, struggle to engage, I should say, in more extended periods of concentration necessary for tasks like reading lengthy briefs or listening to lengthy submissions. But they also might struggle to engage with evidence in the manner that we currently present it to them. Another consequence of the digital age is the increasing desire for instant gratification. So Gen Z has grown up in a world where answers are just a Google search, or these days probably more likely a AI assistant inquiry away. And this reliance on instantaneous results has diminished the perceived need for more in-depth research and investigation. That might mean that future arbitrators may be content with finding the first answer they see, even if it's not the most accurate or the most complete answer. And this mindset is said to potentially lead to a lack of intellectual curiosity and a disinterest in exploring topics beyond the surface level. So the next generation arbitrators may be less inclined to question information or to consider alternative perspectives, limiting their ability to engage in critical thinking and develop a comprehensive understanding of complex subjects. Now, is it all doom and gloom? Well, I don't think so, and this is also not about diminishing the qualities of the next generation of arbitrators. I think it's simply a reality that we as arbitration practitioners have to deal with. We cannot, I submit, continue to ignore this science in the way we conduct arbitration in general, and more specifically in the way we present evidence to arbitrators, because it would be foolish to assume that arbitrators with the attention span of a 15-second TikTok video will be persuaded by 30-page written witness statements. The same, I venture to suggest, applies to your average 60 to 100-page quantum expert report. Or the 2-hour, if we're lucky, 2-hour oral opening during which counsel presents a summary of the evidence to the arbitrators. It may, or it does, I submit, even apply to the 2-hour cross-examination of the key witnesses in the case, or to the examination of experts for that matter. So what's the solution? Well, I think time will tell, but for now, increased awareness, more attention to the way in which we present evidence to arbitrators, more thought and more consideration. So what does that mean in practice? It's always easy to criticize things without giving practical examples, so let me give you some. Why don't we use drone footage, for example, to show a plant instead of a written description, for example? Or why don't we use video presentations to demonstrate how a certain piece of equipment works? Why don't we use animated timelines to set out the chronology of facts? Or have a witness or expert use demonstratives to make a point, and those demonstratives, of course, these days can be either physical or virtual. We can also use short videos or sound bites in witness statements to explain certain issues, to give the arbitral tribunal a feel for who the witness actually is, and I think increasingly importantly, to convey emotions of the witness. Or we could record witness statements instead of putting them in writing altogether. We could even consider doing the same thing for expert reports, at least in part. Animations or video footage can also be used in cross-examination. We can think about using virtual or augmented reality to provide a more immersive experience, for example, to visualize a specific scene that we want to put to the arbitrators. I think generally we should consider using a more interactive approach to the presentation of evidence that is more engaging. Touch screens is something we can give to arbitrators so that they can go through the evidence themselves. Real-time digital animation or annotation, digital whiteboards, tutorials, visual aids, generally speaking, smaller, more digestible parts. So again, coming back to your 15-second TikTok video approach. Some of this is in fact already underway in other fields. The American Bar Association has advocated for so-called active jury practices, such allowing jurors to be more engaged by asking questions and discussing evidence during the trial, and why not do the same or something similar in arbitration. Let me conclude maybe by the obvious question: who has time to prepare all of this, and even more importantly, who is going to pay for it? Of course, there are providers that can put all of this together for us, but they come at their price. There may be cases where that price is justified. There may be many other cases where it's not. I submit that you don't have to go necessarily to providers. First, go to your client. You will be amazed at what technology and information is available at your client's in-house. Now, don't ask your in-house counsel. They're probably going to know as little as you are. You're going to have to dig deeper and probably go to the sales department or the R&D department, but you will find quite useful tools there. Second, use your experts. Again, the technology to prepare 3D models, other demonstratives, even a fancier presentation will often be available at your experts. Third, and very importantly, use your team. It is precisely those with the attention span of a goldfish who will know exactly what to do, because they deal with these tools in their private life on a daily basis and probably will have ideas that the first or second chair will not have. And finally, Google it, or these days Chat GPT it. Again, you'll be surprised at the options that are out there and are often out there free of any charge. So I think my time is up. I hope I gave you some food for thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Christopher, for all these remarks. I'm not sure I paid attention to all of them because it lasted 20 seconds, as you said. But seriously speaking, it's true that it's important to always think of the audience, what we do. And it's also true that we may not be very scientific about it. Perhaps because in our field we have this conservative nature. We are very adverse to change, and we keep following the same practices. Before opening the floor for any quick reaction from the other panelists, when you mentioned the goldfish, I remembered some arbitrators' attitude when you are trying to present the case to them. So they open their eyes and wait. Any quick reaction to what Christopher said? Levine.
I encourage all the suggestions that you made. In my daily practice, also see a new generation of associates who run everything through ChatGPT or make analysis on how many times a specific word appears in EU regulation, etc., or how, in the context of climate change, and how target setting occurs, etc. So I think this is indeed a very nice way to start thinking of other ways to present the case. One thing I'd like to add to that, what I was thinking when you told me this, is that it also, I think, aims to have more of a dialogue with arbitrators, where I think that is something where we can gain some ground in understanding what arbitrators still need to know, what they are missing in the evidence or what they don't understand. And maybe they have painted a picture of a certain device for themselves and don't know how it works or what it even looks like. So in my practice, what I'm sometimes missing is the dialogue or really understanding what the arbitrator needs to decide. And I think that can be enhanced as well by this. So, agree.
Maybe just to add one point to that, I remember a case many years ago where the case was about two parts of a diesel engine. It was about the injector and I can't even remember what the second part was, but they had nothing to do with each other. And after a 1.5 week hearing, the arbitrator asked, so where in the other part is the injector? And I could just see my client going 2 weeks in and he still has not understood what we're talking about. These days, you can go online on a website for free and say, please provide a 3D model for me of a diesel engine. You can give that to the arbitrator on an iPad. The arbitrator can play around with it, can spin it around, can zoom in on things, can see exactly where the parts are, and this is all there free of charge. So I think it can really help you present your case and make tribunals understand probably mainly technical issues, but I would submit issues in general.
Scott, Marc-Olivier, any comments?
Well, I guess my only comment would be that I agree that things are available free of charge, but a lot of that technical stuff is very expensive. And the experience, well, you're absolutely right. The big clients will have in-house teams who can do this, and they do it for their sales presentations and everything like that. But the smaller clients, and sometimes the people who are actually most responsible for having caused the problem, may have difficulty and sort of almost fall behind the technology advantage if they're presented with evidence such as that by the other side. It will be difficult for some clients to meet the evidence in a similar way, and they'll have to find alternative ways of doing it.
So maybe just one observation. So the challenge of presenting complex and voluminous data to tribunals is a persistent one, particularly in very large project disputes. You know, we did a case involving the construction of a nuclear power plant, and it was very, very complex stuff to present. And one of the things we tried to do was present sort of novel ways of analyzing the communications between the contractor and the owner. And it was really the only way to do it was to use some cutting edge technology. And the arbitrators hated it. And it may be because they were from, you know, the older generation, and they just couldn't accept, you know, for them it was a black box. They wanted to, you know, the granularity of the old way of doing it, which just wasn't possible. So maybe the answer is we actually need the Generation Z arbitrators together with these new ways of presenting the evidence, because they will be more able to absorb it and take it on board.
Thank you all. So now Davine will take the floor, and she'll speak to us about the duty of counsel to be honest and complete vis-à-vis the arbitrators. Davine.
Is it on? Well, as honest and complete as necessary. Yes, a first remark, because we're sitting here discussing evidence and also what the past has taught us. We had a nice view into the future. But I think Julian this morning already made the remark on the foundation of arbitration, that it's about ethics, integrity, and trust. And the first panel discussed the IBA guidelines on conflicts of interest, and then it was mentioned, we won't discuss the IBA guidelines on party representation, but that is, I think, another one to discuss today when we talk about ethics, integrity, and trust. And getting to this panel, I was thinking about what in my practice, and potentially in everyone's practice here in the room, is a problem, is obviously the due process paranoia that was already mentioned today, that arbitration is not as cost effective anymore, not as expeditious as it used to be. From the reports that I was able to find, but I think the last one dated from 2020, is that the ICC has an average pass-through of an arbitration of 26 months. That is without any challenges, annulment proceedings, revocation, etc., follow-on proceedings. So it's not the one-stop shop anymore that is efficient and that I'm selling to my clients when we're including a dispute resolution clause, an arbitration clause in their SPA or other contract. The trend that we see in our practice is that this might in part also be caused by the way in which facts are presented in arbitration. Obviously, parties can disagree on the facts, and that's a part of arbitration, that a tribunal has the mandate to establish the facts of the case, and then apply the law to that and come to a decision. The dilemma that I'm posing here is not about the clear-cut case of we disagree on the facts and we try to provide evidence for it, and then we see, we weigh the evidence and we see what the factual determination is that we make. But it's the more gray area in which clients and also their counsel on that basis present the facts in such a manner that relevant facts are hidden. And we have a needle and we throw a lot of hay around it. That you get flooded through document production with too many documents, that facts are represented in a way of which counsel should know that it's incomplete, it's not consistent, it's off in many respects. And I think we all, and from the nodding in the room, I think some recognize this, that as a lawyer, obviously, it is your job to represent your client's interest in the best way possible. And that might create tension where your client's position might not be as strong, or where your client is not telling you everything that you should know. And then I think one of the dilemmas is there with counsel. And it's the dilemma that we might all feel where you know that what the client is presenting you or what the client wants you to put on paper might not be the full story, might not be the complete story, where you omit facts, where you know these might be of relevance. And in doing that, and I'll get to what, in my view, arbitrators can might be able to do in this respect as well. But there is the dilemma that I'd like to pose here to the group and to the room is, do we also have a role in this as counsel in nudging arbitration back to what it should be, which is a very efficient one-stop shop cost. A real debate can be held about the facts that are disputed or in confesso, but not where you first spend an entire round of legal submissions on sort of uncovering what the real facts are and what the real positions are. In the Netherlands, there's a tension in our bar rules where indeed you have this responsibility towards the state, where the legal system, where you have the obligation to prevent frivolous claims. But at the same time, you have to be very partial to your client and present their case to your best abilities. And that is, I think, where counsel often finds itself between a rock and a hard place. And my call to you all is that with small nudges, where there is no, where the tension with your obligation to represent your client is not that much, but with small nudges, but with a lot, we can actually steer arbitration back into the efficient dispute resolution mechanism that it should be. And that might actually become a key selling point for arbitration, where counsel feels a responsibility and takes the responsibility in representing the facts and challenging their client on, is it actually complete what you're telling me, or should we paint a full picture and have the tribunal decide on that? Then getting to the tribunal, what can arbitrators do? In my experience, what can help, and what I still think and experience that they have the attention span for, is actually getting familiar with the facts of the case at an earlier stage in the proceedings. I think the quicker arbitrators understand and are on top of what is being presented, what experts are telling or trying to tell the tribunal in their reports, etc., and not wait until the hearing, but actively manage the proceedings before, I think that is where essentially a lot can be gained. That also means that, in my view, it would be helpful if, for example, in the terms of reference, the parties can agree and the tribunal can agree that you present facts in the case at the earliest stage as possible. It shouldn't be necessary to have 2-3 written submissions to actually have the other side admit something. I would say the tribunal can really help in that as well. And that potentially also adverse inferences can be used more often if the tribunal gets the impression through an active participation in the legal or procedural debate that parties are indeed seeking to omit relevant facts or present a picture that is not fully accurate. And in that sense, I think counsel and arbitrators can help each other, because if counsel can rely on arbitrators to actually use adverse inferences or use cost awards, partial or wholly, not just on cost follow the event, but on procedural behavior, it will be easier for counsel to also convince the client that their challenges, that the counsel's critical review of the position of the client is actually also necessary to win the case, instead of being at sort of a race to the bottom. This might sound a bit dim. I also see a lot of honest and open debate about facts, and clients who are willing to really have a conversation with their counsel. But I think we can all, with little nudges, bring arbitration back to maybe rendering an award within 1.5, 2 years instead of longer. So that would be my plea.
Thank you very much, Davin. It's true that one can see two different tensions in all arbitrations. One for counsel is tension between the duty that counsel have towards their client and then the duty towards the arbitrators. Perhaps the solution there is if you are breaching your duties towards the arbitrators, maybe you are not assisting properly your client. So that might be at least a proposition that might serve as a basis for a solution of that tension. And the other tension, of course, is the one you mentioned at the end, which is more on the arbitrator side. It's always very difficult for the arbitrator to be proactive if the arbitrator has the feeling that the parties want to keep control of the case, because you need to adapt to the situation. And on my experience, frankly, it's very rare that counsel want to lose control over the case. You don't want to be a bad arbitrator in the sense that you are overstepping where counsel are not expecting you to be, or taking initiatives that may be strange in the specific context of the arbitration. But it is indeed a tension that needs to be discussed. Any quick reactions from the other panelists to Davin's proposition? Scott, please.
So, to me, one of the key themes you raised, Davin, is how do we make the process more efficient? And there's one of the selling points of arbitration has always been flexibility, but I don't think we use it enough. And in particular, we don't use it enough to structure the process in a way that will, A, allow the arbitrators to learn about the case early, but also that allow issues to be addressed in a sequence that will be efficient in terms of costs, even if maybe it takes longer because you're doing things in sequence, but it will offer different kinds of efficiencies. But there seems to be a real resistance to that kind of innovation, and instead we have the one-size-fits-all, big memorial, big counter-memorial, everything in, and then we have a big hearing, and it ends up being very expensive and unsatisfying for everyone. And so just encourage everyone out there to look at your cases and see whether you can find another way to do it.
Christopher, Marc-Olivier.
I mean, fully agreed, obviously, with that. I think flexibility is really something that we could take much more advantage of and don't. An experience I recently had in a case where I was arbitrator, I always put in my initial letter that the parties should think about, whether they want us to do any midstream conferences as arbitrators, read retreats, or whatever you want to call them. And the parties surprisingly often come back and say, yes, we actually do want you to do that. And I recently had an experience where they asked us to do a read retreat before document production. And it ended up being a really good idea because we were forced to engage with the evidence. It made it much easier to decide on the document production requests, and we were able to go back to the parties and say, actually, we'd like you to focus on these 5 points in your second round submissions. And again, it's an example of how flexibility can really work in practice very well.
I don't really have anything to add. I agree that flexibility is useful, but sometimes it's the clients who are reluctant. And there's usually one client who wants to keep the very traditional route and probably delay the proceeding. And so when that happens, it makes it very difficult to have flexibility unless you have a strong tribunal who's willing to push through and say, no, we're going to do it this way, and you'll thank me in the end.
I would say that in every case, you normally have a claimant willing to go fast, and then a respondent perhaps willing to go not that fast. So each arbitration is a unique universe with its constraints, I would say. So let's go to the next point, and Scott will speak to us about evidence which has been obtained inappropriately.
Yes, thank you. So I'll try and do this in 12 to 15 second increments to keep everyone's attention. So first, in the 2020 update to the IBA Rules of Evidence, a new provision was added at Article 9.3, under which the arbitral tribunal may, at the request of a party or on its own motion, exclude evidence obtained illegally. So that's clearly a discretionary power, and I wanted to look at two aspects of it. So first, how have arbitral tribunals dealt with allegations involving such evidence? And second, what do we as counsel, what are our obligations when these kinds of issues present themselves to us? So first, the case law. Perhaps the most well-known case is Methanex. In that case, the arbitral tribunal excluded evidence that had been obtained by, quote, deliberately trespassing onto private property and rummaging through dumpsters inside the office building for other persons' documentation, end quote. Now, the tribunal excluded that evidence on the basis of the duty of good faith owed by the parties to one another in the arbitration. So apparently, the duty of good faith includes a duty not to steal documents from other people's trash. So the second case, a bit closer to home, this was EDF against Romania. Now, the evidence in question consisted of an audio tape and a transcript recording a conversation with one of Romania's witnesses in her home. Now, the tribunal excluded that audio recording on two grounds. First, the recording could not be authenticated. But second, the tribunal observed that omitting evidence of a conversation held in a person's home, which was obtained without her consent and in breach of her right to privacy, is contrary to the same principle of good faith that had been affirmed in the Methanex case. Third example, Libanonco against Turkey. So Turkey's security services had intercepted communications between Libanonco and its counsel as part of a financial fraud investigation. Now, Turkey insisted it had the right to conduct such an investigation in parallel to the ICSID arbitration. And the tribunal didn't question Turkey's right to do this, but they ordered that any privileged communications obtained by Turkey must be excluded, and they reserved the right to consider other remedies if it became apparent that Turkey had used privileged or confidential information that it had obtained through this surveillance. So a different approach to documents obtained through sovereign powers was followed in the case of Glencore against Colombia. So there, Colombia had submitted documents with its counter-memorial that had come into its possession as a result of the exercise of state powers to compel the claimant to surrender documents. So the tribunal recognized the inequality of the situation between the parties, and on that basis excluded those documents from the record. However, it didn't rule out all possibility of those documents coming in, noting that, for example, Colombia could seek a document production order in relation to those documents. So a final case, and this is from the world of sports arbitration, and again, it's somewhat close to home here as it involves a football team just across the border in Ukraine. The football club is called Karpaty FC, and the team had lost a particular match at Kharkiv 4-0. Now, player A, who was part of this case in that game, managed to score an own goal and get a red card. So an investigation concluded that the match had been fixed, and it resulted in lengthy bans for the players involved, which was the whole team, but in particular player A, who was sort of the mastermind of the scheme. The evidential issue related to two pieces of evidence, two recordings. So the first was a video recording made of player A in the club president's office where he admitted to his involvement in the match-fixing scheme. And the second was an illegally recorded phone conversation with another player. Now, the Court of Arbitration for Sport issued a decision which is not public, but then it was challenged in the Swiss court, and so we have the Swiss court decision, which shows that what the Court of Arbitration did was they excluded the phone call, but admitted the video recording. And the basis, it appears, for doing so was that the video had been properly authenticated, and it was recorded in a context which was the club's offices, where there wasn't the same expectation of privacy as, for example, the EDF against Romania example. Now, the Swiss court upheld the ruling on the basis that there was a need to conduct a balancing exercise and consider the specific facts. And so I suppose what emerges from this case law is that there are no hard and fast rules, and everything will depend upon the particular facts and context. So the second topic I wanted to address is what obligations do we as counsel have? Now, perhaps unsurprisingly, most ethical rules don't provide clear guidance, but I found some interesting things in the US ethical rules in particular. So first, the ABA, the American Bar Association Model Ethical Rules, categorically prohibit a lawyer from any involvement in methods of obtaining evidence that violate the legal rights of any third person. And expanding on this principle, a New Jersey ethics opinion emphasized that, quote, an attorney may not do indirectly that which is prohibited directly, and consequently, the lawyer cannot be involved in the subsequent review of evidence obtained improperly by the client. Now, there's another interesting example applying a similar issue from the Netherlands. Now, this is a disciplinary case against a lawyer who had used Facebook messages that had been improperly obtained by the client. And the Dutch court, the Dutch disciplinary court, said, in certain circumstances, the presentation of unlawfully obtained evidence can be subject to disciplinary sanction. The Facebook messages are personal and only accessible by using the username and password. Such messages are meant exclusively for those with authorized access to the account, and here's the punchline, the lawyer should have asked his client about the origins of the information. By failing to do so, the lawyer has not acted in a proper way. Now, looking broadly at a series of US ethics opinions, the following key principles seem to emerge. When a lawyer becomes aware that the client possesses unlawfully obtained documents, the lawyer must first inform the client that the materials cannot be retained, reviewed, or used without informing the opposing party. It must then seek the client's consent to make that disclosure before making it. It must withdraw from representation if the client refuses to consent. And the lawyer should also advise the client that courts may disqualify lawyers who receive and review materials improperly obtained from the other side. And finally, they may advise their client to seek advice from a criminal defense attorney if the client possibly committed a criminal act in obtaining the evidence. So the punchline of this review of the ethical picture is the following 4 points. First, as a lawyer, don't get involved in unlawful obtention of evidence. That's probably self-evident. Second, don't look at evidence that you know to have been obtained unlawfully or potentially unlawfully. Third, you may have a duty to inquire as to the provenance of documents that your client has. And fourth, you may have a duty to inform the opposing party and or the court or tribunal about those documents and their provenance.
Thank you very much, Scott. This is indeed a very relevant topic because what we are seeing increasingly is how some parties are hijacking email accounts, confidential documents, and then these documents somehow appear in arbitration. So I suspect we will see increasingly incidents about this type of illegally obtained evidence. I shouldn't perhaps comment on Libananco and Glencore because I was somehow involved in those cases. However, the Libananco case had a very interesting legal issue because it was established that Turkey obtained drafts prepared by counsel for Libananco, emails between council and Libananco. And it was also established in that case that all these documents were provided to counsel for Turkey. What was key in that case was that counsel for Turkey immediately refused to see these documents. Said that this is illegally obtained, I am giving this back, I'm making a declaration on record saying that someone sent me these documents, I didn't see them, and I will not see anything. And that's what actually saved Turkey in that case, because then the award in Libananco was subject to annulment. And then the question for the annulment committee at ICSID was whether the mere fact that there was this hijacking was enough to breach due process. And then the annulment committee said, no, the applicant needs to demonstrate that the documents were used and that they effectively gave an advantage to, in that case, Turkey. That wasn't established, so the annulment application was rejected. Only one small anecdote on Glencore, because I really shouldn't speak much about that case. In Glencore, indeed, the tribunal said the way in which you obtain the documents and sought to introduce them is not the right way. Ask for production. Colombia said, well, let's request production of all these documents that we know exist. We know the date. We know the content of the document. So the tribunal cannot refuse production of those documents. Well, every single document was refused by the tribunal. I'm still wondering why, how, but that happens. So I spoke too much. Any quick reactions from the members of the panel to what Scott said? Marc-Olivier.
I think there's a very fine line and distinction between illegal and improperly obtained, and I think that is where often the rub is. Often you may not know as counsel whether there can be some which are obviously clear, but what if the dumpster, instead of being on the property, had been moved outside the property line? What would happen then? How would it be treated? Would those be treated as abandoned documents? Are they improperly obtained? I can see arguments both ways. I can recall a particular case where our client was engaged in discussions, I think before, either early in the proceeding or even before the proceeding was filed with the other side, and they were engineers, and they were handing back and forth drafts of a certain document, not a settlement or anything like that, but practical drafts on a stick. And our client copied the entire stick and found that he got all the board meetings, minute meetings, that extensively described how they were going to screw our client, basically, from the beginning. And they asserted that under the applicable law, it was all illegally obtained, and it was very wrong and should be excluded. But the tribunal said, no, you messed up. You gave it to him. So I think it's a very fact-specific issue, except in the clearest circumstances, but always an interesting one.
Christopher. Maybe following up on that, I find the ethical side of your presentation to be very interesting, and I'm not sure that your 4 guiding principles would apply in every jurisdiction. I mean, probably the don't engage in illegal activities would, but beyond that, especially situations where your client may not even have engaged in illegal activities, but may have received documents from someone who has. So there's no illegality on the client side. There's definitely no illegality on counsel's side. There's a clear principle, as you have in Switzerland and France, where it's a balancing act whether the documents will be admitted or not. I'm not sure in some jurisdictions it may not even be your duty as counsel to look at the documents at least and then decide whether or not you should admit them. And again, illegality in one jurisdiction may not be illegality in another jurisdiction. So I think it's a very difficult balancing act that depending on where you're qualified, the outcome may not necessarily be the same.
David, and then Scott, any reactions?
Yes, and then adding to what Chris was saying, indeed that's a balancing act, but I can imagine also, again, in the same way that there's tension in how do I present the facts of the case, it is always my impression that adjudication of disputes is also about fact-finding and finding the truth. And in a sense, I've had it in my practice as well. There were documents we don't know how they were obtained, but certainly not illegally from our client. But you can have doubts about whether you should have these documents. But at the same time, they uncover facts that are very relevant to the case, and they show that the other side actually presents a reality that's at least alternative to the truth, if not just untrue. So to me, there's also, indeed, it's a balancing act, and I can imagine that you have to do something about how the evidence was obtained, but at the same time, in the arbitration itself, one of the purposes should also be just finding the truth and then adjudicating on that basis. So not admitting it per se, to me, would also be, well, maybe not justified. Let's put it that way.
Scott, any reactions?
So I just wanted to confirm that Chris is absolutely right. These four principles were really from the U.S. Ethics opinions, which also different jurisdictions in the U.S. differ. And he's also right that different jurisdictions have different approaches to admissibility. And if you look at the commentary to the new provision of the IBA rules, they made clear that the discretion was precisely because different jurisdictions have different approaches, but also that it's so fact and context specific that you have to leave it to the discretion of the arbitrators.
On the prevention side, it's quite interesting, and I'm certain you have seen the same, how clients are now requesting counsel what type of systems they have to keep confidential documents, softwares, and the like. And so law firms are now intended to be well protected. I don't know to what extent we are protected. I frankly don't understand much about how effective these softwares and systems could be. But this is certainly required by many clients now. Very good. So we can go to our last segment, and we will keep some time, of course, for interaction with all of you in the audience. And now Marc-Olivier will address the overrated or underrated witness evidence.
Yes, so I'm going to address the question of whether fact witness evidence still has a place in international arbitration. Fact witness evidence has long played an important role in international arbitration, but it's come under increasing scrutiny and criticism in recent years. I'm going to explore those criticisms, highlight what I believe are the advantages of continuing to have fact witness evidence, and set out certain proposals that I believe will improve its relevance and reliability in the future. Now, criticisms of fact witness testimony are well documented. I mean, witness statements in particular have become secondary pleadings. It's not uncommon to receive witness statements that are dozens, if not hundreds of pages long, particularly in complex technical disputes. These voluminous statements are obviously prepared by lawyers. They often go far beyond the witness's personal knowledge, experience, or memories, and this often becomes painfully clear during the hearing when the witness can't remember the contents of its own witness statement, or worse, actively disclaims the contents of its own witness statement when confronted by it in the hearing. In reality, these extensive witness statements often do little more than summarize the written evidence that is already in record, or re-argue the case, which is not the purpose of the witness statement or of fact witness testimony in general. At the same time, the reliability of witness evidence has also come under fire. I'm sure many of you are aware that the ICC recently had a task force that looked at maximizing the probative value of witness evidence. And in its study, it recently concluded that it said that witness evidence, among other things, it said witness evidence was often, quote, imperfect and subject to, quote, distortion due to interactions with lawyers and colleagues. And this has obviously led to valid concerns about the accuracy and credibility of witness testimony, which, if that testimony is accepted by the tribunal, can have a material impact on the results of the arbitration. Finally, another frequent criticism of fact witness testimony is it's simply too costly. The cost of preparing these voluminous witness statements and bringing the witnesses to the hearings are costly in terms of counsel time, preparing the statements, preparing the witnesses, cross-examining the other side's witnesses who've provided equally voluminous witness statements. It's costly in terms of arbitrators' time, who have to read all this material, digest it, sit through a longer hearing, and then seek to incorporate it all in a written award. And finally, it's costly for the parties, not just in the most obvious sense, which is that they have to pay for their counsel and pay for the arbitrators, but then their witnesses are often their employees, and they're taken away to essentially devote time to the case, which takes them away from their daily work. But despite this criticism, I think fact witness evidence does play a very important role in resolving a dispute. If it's used properly, fact witness evidence will fill holes in the written evidence. The written evidence rarely provides a complete picture of what happened. There will be gaps in time between the written evidence. There'll be ambiguities in the written evidence, and fact witness testimony can help resolve those ambiguities and fill those gaps. It can provide context and provide the motivations behind a party's actions, offer insights onto their thought processes, their intentions and why they did certain things. It puts a face on a claim or a defense. It humanizes a dispute because you have real people in front of you. The arbitral tribunal has real people in front of them who they can see and ask questions, and it gives those people who were involved in and lived the events an opportunity to tell their side of the story and to be heard, which is often in some ways cathartic. It's sort of just they've been waiting years to get to this stage. And while fact witness testimony is rarely a game changer, it is often very powerful, and it can impact the assessment of the credibility of a party's arguments, positively or negatively, and the tribunal's overall decision-making process. So on balance, the notion of doing away with fact witness testimony or fact witness evidence would certainly do more harm than good. Parties would reasonably feel that they had not been given a full opportunity and fair opportunity to present their case. And it would likely lead to dissatisfaction on the part of the parties if they were to then receive awards that are based on what the parties would consider an incomplete record. So rather than throwing the baby out with the bathwater, the focus should instead be on improving the relevance and reliability of fact witness testimony. And to that end, I'm going to suggest some fairly modest proposals. And the first one is to just simply change the way witness statements are drafted. Do away with the long argumentative witness statements written by counsel that plainly go beyond the witness's personal knowledge and memories. Don't let the witness statement become an unnecessary summary of the written evidence that's already in the record. Increase the involvement of the witness in the preparation of his or her own witness statement. That may sound ridiculous, but it is often the case that the witnesses are the last person to get their own witness statement. Instead, after meeting with the witness to discuss the case and the issues in the case, the witness should prepare an outline of his or her testimony and a first draft of his or her own testimony. And then at that point, it becomes more appropriate for the attorneys to get involved in polishing the witness statement so it's understandable, because in most cases it won't be in the first draft, and also in asking follow-up questions to develop the evidence that they're going to put forward. To avoid creating new memories, attorneys should refrain from giving the witnesses documents that they never received in the first place, documents that they didn't contemporaneously have access to, because it simply creates new memories that they adopt and put forth as their own testimony, when in fact they don't actually remember it, they're just reviewing the document and reciting it. Tribunals also have, I think, an important role to play in this issue. They should require disclosures about how witness statements are prepared, and a number of tribunals I've seen recently are in fact doing that, asking how the witness statement was prepared. And they should affirmatively state that they may disregard portions of a witness statement, or even the entire witness statement, if it is shown that it is beyond the witness's personal knowledge, unless good cause is shown for the admission into evidence. For example, someone who's presenting evidence to summarize how the accounting system works. You shouldn't have to go get 5 witnesses to detail all the jobs. You can do that with one witness, but there should be a good reason for not having direct personal knowledge of the events. Turning to witness preparation, the goal, as has I think already been discussed today, is to get truthful and complete testimony, and that's not always the case. Witness preparation is an ethical minefield that I'm not going to get into now. It ranges from horse shedding the witness all the way to no preparation at all, depending on where the counsel's ethical obligations lie. But once again, the tribunals could exercise greater control by announcing at the outset that they will affirmatively examine witnesses on how they were prepared. They could ask questions regarding the number of meetings that were held with the witness, the length of a meeting, how the preparation was conducted, who attended, without getting into privileged information, without getting into what was discussed specifically, but instead the facts of how it was done. And that would give, I submit, valuable insight on the witness's independent knowledge of the facts described, and it might curb some of the abuses that you see, not just in international arbitration, but litigation in general. Concerns regarding excessive cost and time could be addressed, and this I think is also a common feeling, if tribunals identified subjects on which witness testimony would be helpful and where it would be not. And this could be done after the first round of briefing, so that the parties can take it on board and tailor the second round of their witness statements and submissions going forward. It would require the tribunals to prepare earlier, that's true. But in the long run, it will help focus the proceedings and shorten the hearings. And finally, tribunals should feel more comfortable intervening, that was a Freudian slip, I'm sure, intervening before and during hearings to prevent duplicative and unnecessary witness testimony, fact witness testimony. They should encourage parties to stipulate on undisputed facts and not call witnesses for cross-examination unless truly material or core facts are in dispute. And they should make clear that costs will be assessed against parties who call witnesses for cross-examination only to ask very few questions, or to ask questions that are of only very limited materiality, which you often see where witnesses will be called, they'll get up there, they've come from around the world, and they'll be up there for 10 or 15 minutes on questions that are really not material or relevant. So, in conclusion, fact witness evidence, I think, remains relevant and important in international arbitration, despite the criticisms. The key is to improve its reliability and its relevance,
And if we manage to do that, then I think we'll serve not only the goal of getting to the truth, but will serve efficiency, and it will be in all parties' interests.
Thank you, Marc-Olivier. I mean, from an arbitrator perspective, I think, irrespective of all the criticisms against witness evidence, I personally find it was very helpful to see the human faces behind the record and see how they interact, what they say, how they said. It's an additional information that you cannot get in the papers that can tell you something about the case, irrespective of what they say, I would say. Something else that crossed my mind listening to your remarks is the possibility that I've heard being proposed of replacing the written witness statements by videos of the witnesses. This is perhaps what happens in the US with depositions, which are being recorded, and then you can use them in the trial venue afterwards. And last idea that came to mind is something that we have seen happened recently a couple of times, which is part of the problem of witness evidence is that the parties choose what witnesses they put forward. And there might be people under the control of the parties who are not being offered as witnesses. And you see in the papers as an arbitrator, well, all these people are quite relevant, but they haven't been offered. There has to be a reason for it. And I've seen arbitrators calling those witnesses to appear. So that's something counsel hates, of course, because you lose control over the case. You don't know how the people will react. It's even worse if the person is no longer under the control of the parties, probably someone who got fired at some point. So that's an additional element that I find interesting to mention. Any additional reactions, Davin, to Marc-Olivier's?
Yes, one disadvantage of presenting a lot of witnesses is, I think, best explained with an example. We once had an arbitration about the working of medical devices and the question whether they were defective or not, and whether our client was actually put in default, which allegedly happened at a Congress. And from the other side, we were presented with about 30 witnesses, of which there were 20 doctor and the other 10 from management, of which 4 were at the conference where apparently they put our client in default, is what they said. Obviously we made arrangements with the tribunal on the scheduling of the hearing and that they couldn't be in the room together, and all their witness statements were very consistent, and it was a very clear story about how they put our client in default with a letter at a conference. And then we got the first witness out and we asked him, well, you were at this evening reception, tell us about it, were you standing in the corner, etc. Yes, he was standing in the corner and they were having a beer that evening. And then the next witness, 2 hours later, because we had a lot of things to ask them, but the next witness came up. We said, well, and we hear you were sitting outside there because it was sunny. Yes, it was sunny. And then you already saw the tribunal saying, well, can you explain it a bit more? Well, we were sitting outside. And then the third came, and the third was apparently in the hallway with a glass of milk, and the fourth was in a breakout room somewhere else. So having a lot of witnesses support your case on paper might actually make you very vulnerable to actually challenging the veracity in ways that you can't really prepare for as a counsel. And then to me, it always feels like the less tension I felt with my client and the less bickering we did over the facts, the more uncomfortable I get during a hearing, because you have to have that pain before the hearing so that at the hearing you're actually prepared for and maybe not present witnesses where you feel like it's not a complete story and you should not argue it in that way. So I think indeed there can be a lot of perceived benefits in presenting a lot of witness evidence in sort of bridging gaps in your evidentiary basis, but it also makes you very vulnerable in a cross-examination. So I sometimes like it a lot.
I agree with you entirely. I think the lesson from that I think the lesson from that story is present witnesses who tell the truth, and that cross-examination of witnesses is a good thing for your case. I think I agree. Presenting 30 witnesses on this issue makes no sense. But even more disturbing is presenting witnesses who clearly are either lying or the person who wrote their witness statement didn't interview them.
And also, if there are a lot of witnesses that smoke, make sure that one of your associates smokes, so he overhears them in the smoking room. That's another thing I learned from that arbitration.
It's good to have an associate who smokes.
High level strategy. Scott?
Yeah, so to me, the key lesson that I take from Marc Olivier's presentation, which is sort of our standard practice, is with fact witnesses, less is more. Don't use a fact witness statement if you don't need one, and don't include anything in the fact witness statement that doesn't need to be there or shouldn't be there. And in particular, a fact witness is there to give fact evidence about things that are in their direct personal knowledge. They're not there to argue the case. So, if you have that focus in mind, a lot of the sort of worst case things that you were describing won't arise. There was one suggestion you made, which at least in my experience wouldn't be feasible, which is that the witness should effectively be sequestered from documents they didn't see at the time. And the challenge is that usually your fact witness is somebody that you need to be working with to present the case, to understand the documents, to understand what was going on, to build the strategy. And so there's no way of avoiding effectively polluting the memory of someone with having them seeing things that they didn't see at the time, or they don't remember seeing. Maybe they did see it at the time. Often they don't know. They're like, well, I probably saw this, but I don't remember. But now that I see it, they react to it. And this is a real problem if the issue is, what is this person's memory about what happened on date X? But in my experience, usually your fact witnesses are really helping the tribunal to understand the context around, for example, a document or a particular issue. And they'd say, well, this is what we were dealing with, and this is why when I wrote this letter, I really emphasized this point, because this was make or break for this project or whatever. And that puts the human face on it, and it gives the tribunal someone to ask questions to say, well, I don't understand this, and then somebody who can explain it. And that's a really valuable contribution of fact witnesses, but as long as they don't do things they shouldn't do in their witness statement, then they do have an important role.
Christopher, the last word.
I'd have one or two, but I'm happy to yield to the floor, given the time, to see if there's any questions.
So we have a few minutes for observations, questions from the audience. Who wants to kick off? Otherwise, I'll call the names I know. Any?
Otherwise, I'll make my 2 points.
Please.
Hi, Jonathan Wood. I know you wanted to avoid this issue, but the inequality of preparation, which is, of course, an obligation for a US lawyer of a witness, and absolutely verboten for an English lawyer. How do you achieve equality of arms in a tribunal where you have the two divergent ethical obligations?
Yes, I did want to avoid that. Well, I think what I'm seeing more and more in the United Kingdom is a little bit, it's not cheating, but people send their witnesses out for witness prep by these third parties. Now, these third parties are not, as I understand it, because I am a little perplexed, but the third party is not supposed to discuss the case. Instead, they're supposed to present an ambiguous case or something else, and it's more witness training on how to approach questions, is what I understand. So I guess that doesn't get you to the equality of arms with the U.S. lawyer who has, I would say, more certainly an affirmative obligation to prepare their witnesses and go through. I can tell you the way the French handled it, because until very recently, and Eduardo, I think this is correct. Until very recently, witness preparation was not permissible in France. Now, in France, it was certainly much less of an issue because witnesses in civil litigation are just not really common. But if I remember my bar rules correctly, there was a change to the rules that allowed French lawyers to prepare witnesses in the context of international arbitration in order to give equality of arms. Now, I think the danger in those circumstances is theoretically in the US, I will say theoretically, you should know what is verboten, what you can't do. You can't tell what the witness what to say. You shouldn't, if you're an ethical lawyer, you should not be doing that stuff. And all of that is surrounded by a context of how you've been trained. I think if you're just sort of thrown into witness preparation without that guidance, it can be more challenging for an attorney to know what is permissible and what is not permissible. So I guess my answer to you in the long answer is, well, I think maybe the UK should change its rules for international arbitration.
I mean, I raise it because I actually was a 56(1)B witness in the US proceedings, and you know, as an English lawyer, I had to take advice whether I could be prepared. Yeah. And in fact, I told the Americans, look, I am not going to go through that process with you. I will give what evidence I can, but it raised these, you know, sort of difficult ethical issues. One other way of doing it, of course, is to ask the tribunal to make a ruling on how witnesses are prepared and say, okay, you know, is there a way we can deal with this on an equality of arms basis by the parties not preparing in that way? And there's the argument that actually witness statements, you're preparing your witness.
Exactly. I mean, and this is the notion of witness preparation, I think, is often not, I don't think it's necessarily what everyone thinks. I mean, I think horse shedding, what we call horse shedding in the US, where it's just beating on the witness, is really, you know, not necessarily that productive. I think much more it's making the witness aware of what documents they've received, they received in the past, they wrote, they were copied on, and making sure that when they say an answer, because memory is fallible, if they say an answer that's completely ridiculous and wrong, then you can say, well, what about this document? How do you explain your answer when you look at this document? You said it happened on this day. Well, this document shows it happened, you know, 3 months later. The other useful point about witness preparation is that when you have the witness who will lie to you during witness preparation, you get to show the documents and basically show the witness that lying is bad, and you get caught out, and thus serve the goals of having truth.
So witnesses shouldn't really know exhibit numbers. Christopher, the last word.
Thank you. I was just going to add a point on that because it was the point I was going to comment on before as well. We recently did a session with the IBA Arbitration Committee and Ethics Committee that circled exactly around those issues that you raised. And it is an interesting topic, but I wonder sometimes whether it's one that is maybe a bit overstated because it doesn't really play a role in practice. First of all, I agree with your conclusion that the English should change their bar rules. But jokes aside, Switzerland has done the same as France. So we have an exception in our bar rules that we can prepare. Interestingly, in that discussion, the one English lawyer on the panel said that it is not verboten to prepare witnesses in arbitration. I'll leave that aside, but it seems to be an increasingly accepted position among arbitration lawyers in England. Second of all, in my practice at least, English lawyers seem to be quite crafty about getting around that rule, so I'm not sure whether it really plays that much of a difference in practice. But I think most importantly, as arbitrators, isn't it relatively easy to see when a witness is over-prepared? And that's why I say I wonder whether it actually makes a difference in practice or not, because it's quite easy to be spotted. And I'm starting to wonder whether US lawyers may to some extent be at a disadvantage sometimes because they have to prepare their witnesses to a certain extent, whereas the one who doesn't prepare might have a more credible witness at the end of the day. So I think it all balances out, and I'm not sure it's as much of a problem in practice as it is on paper.
I agree with your point that an over-prepared witness stands out as totally wooden, and, you know, by and large, you just say, I just discredit that evidence.
Very good. I think we have a deficit of 2 minutes as far as I can see from here. So this completes our panel, and now we may deserve or not an applause.
Thank you. It is the end of our last panel, but not the end of the day. This is just to remind you that tomorrow we start at 9:45 with our second keynote. And the popularity prize of the first day goes without any question mark to Jonathan Wood, who delivered the best closing submission of a panel not today, but in the history of arbitration events. He said, and this is my recollection, it is lunchtime. Now, without any connection whatsoever, and under no circumstance in an attempt to mirror his success, I'm here to say it's cocktail time now.
Yes. At the same time.